I'm going to do a fort tour. We're going to run through the fort. And then we're going to talk about what we're actually doing with this fort while I do the fort tour. This dwarf is our militia captain, and I think one of the original 7. Yes, one of the original 7. UGDPY, who's already passed. Same with Bastet, who's passed. And also his lover passed, which is a damn shame. Never feels discouraged, is interested in only facts in the real world. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits, and feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. Is very easily falls into love, develops positive feelings, and relies on the advice of others during decision making. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and tends to think before acting. Is trusting and has a calm demeanor. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and isn't particularly ambitious, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Is conflicted by this as he values artwork in its creation, and he tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, believes it is of the utmost importance to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, values tradition, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. He likes Gabbro, Trifle Pewter, Pink Jade, and Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn Wood, which is always hard for me to say. It's like, I don't know. I never expect to hear the word wood after the, underground mushrooms. Anyway, Bloodthorn Wood, Bonobo Leather, and Giant Deerhoof. Worm Parchment, and the color Orchur. Mountains and Greaves and Catapult Parts, and Water Buffaloes for their wallowing, and Giant Bats for their terrifying features. And the sound of the lace of pregnancy, and when possible prefers to consume 2-legged Rhino Lizard and Pendant Amaranth Beer. And Horse's Milk and Rambutan Seeds, and absolutely hates toads. Also, chat room, if you start hearing, weed eaters or power tools, let me know. There is some, construction work going on just across the street from my apartment building right now. My door's open. But it's warm outside today, so I would like the fresh air. But let me know if it starts to pick up, and then I'll turn it off. And then, yeah. Not a bad little dwarf. I feel kind of bad that most of their family is dead. They are a member of the line Coven, who we did successfully make a temple to. So, is satisfied remembering the acceptance of that, which is one of his most happy, repeating thoughts, I would say. Now for Elfie. Elfie needs the beaniest dwarf. Apparently. This seems like a bean. I don't know, Elfie. Are you stubborn and have poor social awareness? Already a dabbling fighter. Separated from a family member. Unless you have a specific request, Elfie. Although I have to have a seizure first. Pardon me. Sassy and also classy, because classically trained lassies from Tallahassee need love machines powered amorically. Yes, sure. Okay. Period. Chat room, if you guys want me to actually keep that thing going, or not put a bigger timer on it, you need to add words to it. No specifics, follow my heart. Okay. Elfie Bean. Because we'll be playing in this world for a bit, probably. At least until they update the dungeons. This child will absolutely have time to grow up. Is very stubborn and is bashful, is rarely moved by curiosity, presents herself modestly, frowns on any flashy accomplishments, is prone to hatreds, often develops negative feelings, and rarely is jealous. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and isn't given to flights of fancy. Often is nervous and often acts with compassion, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and is nervous. When she's nervous, she drums her fingers and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Likes Sylvite and Electrum, Claro Opal, battle axes, helms, and Capox for their buttresses, and elephant head amaranths for their leaf coloration, and the site of the silver of harvesters, and when possible, prefers to consume giant slug, celery, and single grain wheat beer. Sorry, I've never seen giant slug before and prefers to consume. And apples. Yeah, naturally. But hates snails for some reason. Moon snails specifically. Her dad is very confused by her existence and is a performer named Nil. Her siblings are Prismatic Flux and Sentient Potato. Sorry. That hit harder than I thought it would. Well, finely minced giant slug brain, or eyeball, I suppose. Too crunchy for the storm. Yeah, likes the slime. Apparently a woodcrafter named Bim's been found dead. I do know why this happened. So right before I ended the stream the other day, we got attacked by a bunch of goblins. You know, normal goblin things. And they ran through and there was a bunch of fist fights broke out. They were just like trying to steal the kids. But the unfortunate reality is they instead just beat up some of my dwarves, and it kind of sucks. But it is what it is. So for the fort itself, we've reclaimed this fort, right? Now, reclaiming a fort causes lava to decide that it's actually higher up than it was before, which is great. Aside from that, it's decided that it's very much way higher up than it was before. In fact, it's bubbling up to 2 layers above this right now. I tried to wall it off originally, and that's been a no-go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pump water from the caverns on top of it. We're working on it. I've given up walling it off. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a drawbridge over a section in the middle, or try to, or maybe just like floodgates around a section in the middle, and then channel down into it so that it could still bubble up and allow it to build up pressure. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a controllable eruption, because earlier in the chat, or or rather the other day I put up a earlier today I saw a comment from JJ from the YouTube chat, who said that, now how is Blind going to use this as defense? Well, how else? So that's what we're gonna do. As for the fort itself, it's a frickin' dump. It's this really long hallway, and then a bunch of tunnels prepping for water, and a little further down, more tunnels. And if we go up, there is this right here. This is basically it. We don't even have bedrooms. I started some. We're gonna work on that. But that's about it. This is gonna be a hospital at some point. There is a well that goes way down, all the way down to here. No, not the lava. This. It goes all the way down to here. So there is that. Also, apparently there's a lot of tetrahedrite right down here in this pond. I didn't know. At the flip of a lever? Yeah. Is the dragon still alive? You mean dragons? We have 2 of them. So what I need to do is I need to figure out 2 things today. 1, we need to unfuck that volcano. 2, I need to figure out a method of catching these dragons when they inevitably escape while I'm adventuring. So that's what I need to do. I need to have some sort of dragon catching thing. I'm also going to just get rid of this squad. I do need to make a military squad today. There's also this poet named Aslafa Fountain Withers, who we need to keep an eye on because it's a Gorlak, and if they ask to join, we have to say yes. They are also a member of the Reticence of Cradling, so if that performance group has to join, we have to say yes. You need to create a fort and retire the adventurer there. Yes. Polo, if you didn't get an ad, like, just acknowledge that you heard that. Otherwise, I will wait for the ad to end like I am right now because, you know, ads. Mama Dragon was on location during the first stream, actually. We caught them both in the first stream of this fort. Why do I need to invite the Gorlak? Because I want the Gorlak to be a member of my community. I like Gorlaks. So I gather that's a no. Well, we'll wait for the ads to be done. A tree grew just in time to strand a horse in the branches. Oh, that's... Did you chop down the tree? Unless this happened in adventure mode, in which case that's really funny. We're always Gorlaking Gorlaks. But Polu, if you missed what I said, you do need to make a fort and retire your adventure in the location. And in regards to the Gorlak, I need to invite them in because it's a Gorlak. There wasn't too much more to the end of the story. It was literally just because Gorlak. Yeah, I did make a tutorial on this subject. Whenever there's an ad, I see a notification pop up, and I literally just pause the game and wait and like kind of make a mental note of where the conversation led off. Name it the Gorlak so you know it's a Gorlak. I mean, I'm just gonna check every time a like request to join the fort pops up, so it'll be fine. There's also a bug currently in the game that if you are set to sprint as an adventurer, when you finish adventuring, they will literally just keep sprinting forever. Our adventurer is Urist, who is kind of mad right now about something. Wants to acquire object, be with family, and be with friends, and also cause trouble. So because of this, I'm thinking that we make our adventurer into a tavern keeper. It'll also be a good opportunity to train your speech skills. There's an old thing with version 47. Oh, really? I was informed that Putnam wasn't aware of it, which is generally to me means that it's been around longer than that, but... Or is newer than that, rather. Would that Gorbachev... You mean the Gorlak? I mean, no, because it's a visitor. They would need to be hostile to you to get caught in a trap. But no, I mean, they're here as part of, like, a group of poets, so, like, they'll just be my friend, eventually. It's, like, weirdly symmetrical for me. Is he actually sprinting all the time? Yes. He sprints, gets tired, falls over, sprints, gets tired, falls over. Like, let's just watch him move. Just watch this. See? He's sprinting all the time. This is normal speed. For whatever it's worth, he has great stamina. Dude's been drinking cold brew, like, beer since before it was cool. Yours bolt, yes. So I need to make tombs. I don't know where to put tombs. There is part of me that thinks I should put them around like the rim of the volcano. Ooh. I just noticed a magnetite vein. Sorry, I gotta cue that up. But that's currently the thing that I'm trying to figure out is where should I put tombs? Always been cool. Hardy, hardy, har. Could make them along this original walkway. Because I've already got these slabs going. Yeah, you know, why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? Does coffee affect dwarves? No. Lava being. The world is a tomb? Mm-hmm. trying to think, what show was it where they, or piece of science fiction thing where they say that's not a this isn't a mothership, this is a tomb. I'm trying to remember what it is. It might be a line from Star Trek. This isn't a something, it's a tomb. I don't remember what that's from. I also very slowly pave my tavern. Is that Star Wars? I might. I'm probably thinking Borrower Moria actually. But no, I mean Star Wars is, that's not a moon, it's a space station. This isn't a mine, it's a tomb, is Boromir. But it might have been like some really low budget cheeseball bullshit that I watched on Netflix, but. I don't know. I'll think about it. Anyway, quartzite. Because apparently I have some pink. Put some pink in the tavern. So we do have one temple, which is this. This is the Lined Coven, the god of boundaries. Ermaluk is the holy steel of the religion. Just thought I'd note that. And we are getting to the point where we really need to make some clothing. So let's check our cloth supply. And we are kind of short on everything, but fortunately that means everybody can get some nice new silk socks. So let's go into clothing and leather. Go to clothes. Let's make one of these. The thing I really hate about this fort right now is this whole crafting area. It's just kind of been ramshackled together, and I kind of hate it. But I mean, ceilings haven't caved in since about 2009. Like. Just a heads up, if you're still prepping for cave-ins, yeah, since the game went 3, so yeah, actually 2007. It's been a while. Yeah, it has been a while. Silk socks. Let's just make 30. Everybody gets some new socks. I really love the new hairstyles. These are great. Although this dwarf apparently has a bun, but up here doesn't. What's the description of it? Somewhat, his hair is curly. I mean, the rest of it checks out. No, there's cave-ins if you remove all of the support of it from a thing, but there are no, like, ceiling cave-ins if you dig a room bigger than 5x5 type deal. That's not everybody? Well, the people who need them. The thing is, we've just gotten 2 really big migrant waves, but the first few migrant waves were really small and far apart. So I've got a lot of dwarves that have recently migrated here that are fine, but I've got some dwarves that have been here for a little bit that kind of, you know, want to acquire a new item. So everybody that needs them right now, if that works. Also, I'm actually going to nuke this along here, I think, and then along that area, I'm actually going to put gabbro flooring down, just so I can get a circle of gray around the table. It's going to look a little nicer that way. And then I can also fill in this corner with pink. I think the big problem is twofold. One, if they suddenly introduced the system again, because the code is still there, the vast majority of players' forts would cave in, and that would really suck. So there's that. That's problem A. The second issue is caverns. And how do you make giant cave systems form that look cool? And the way volcanoes work now and stuff without stuff caving in. For how many years, Lava Being? It or Wise Staves. So not the Gorlak. Okay. So it's all these naked people that are in the reticence of cradling. Interesting. So yeah, we have words to tell you about economy. But yeah, I'm not joking when I say I have like quite literally no bedrooms right now. Everybody's just sleeping on the ground, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Okay, so the other thing I need to do is coffins. And in the background, we are building pumps. So that I can pump all that water up. So let's check in on the pump systems. And I had that problem where one of them decided to cancel and then a bunch of them broke. So, you know, it's been a process. And I'm also just going to wall off this bottom one here so nothing comes running up. But so 280 power required. Okay. Also, chat room, Rum Rusher is actually like a Dwarf Fortress scientist, more so than me. A lot of the stuff I do exists because of people like Rum Rusher doing the science for me. Oh, thank you, Rum Rusher. But when Rum Rusher goes talking about Dwarf Fortress stuff, listen to them because they know what they're talking about. Let's unsuspend this. Put a gear here. Put a gear there. Okay. And then this. So I think all constructed, and I think I got all the dwarves out of it. I did! And I did! Yay! I think putting cave-ins would be doable. But they'd have to think really hard about it first. Which is basically what you're saying, right? Like, yeah, it's doable, but the rooms would have to be bigger than 5x5, first off. And I think the last time I talked to Tarn about cave-ins, his response was a very Tarn response where he was like, well, the way we'd want to do it is like, yes, we'd want to do it, but we'd want to make it more about the structural integrity of different materials. But even that would probably still annoy some people because then suddenly you'd have the, well, no, you can't support an entire fortress on 2 wooden beams because then the whole thing would break, you know? Yeah, like there's a lot, like in a 3D environment, there's a lot of things that you'd have to take into account. I wouldn't mind if cave-ins came back in, but I'd want it to be similar to the way Tarn has talked about making enemies dig, make it a toggleable on and off option. There was a I might be imagining this. Didn't the Super Mario Brothers mod for Dwarf Fortress have functional earthquakes? I'm like mostly certain it did. And I swear I don't think I'm just like Mandela affecting myself into remembering that. I think that was real. Congratulations on your return, Elfie. Fun quakes? Sure. All right, speaking of power, I do need to actually just like mark this with a marker. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll make 800 power. And this has a long way to go before it's done. Currently, oh my god. 200. 139. That might actually be enough power. Not being worried about wood type at all for this, so. Cooler's on a 5-stream streak. Hi, Cooler. Welcome back. Also, there's some ore up there. Noted. I done fucked up. Had to go one further over. You had 2 pet companions and you lost one of them. You just ran. Yeah. Well, you know, if a pet runs off, and this is also probably decent real world advice too. If a pet runs off, remember that your best course of action is to just wait until it comes back. Literally, if possible, just wait a couple turns. So we put that mechanism at the bottom and then do this. All right, sweet. Let's follow somebody who's constructing something, and I will be back in a moment. All right, there we go. Turn. Cave-ins would be a fun line to walk between fun and annoying. Yeah, I mean, it kind of reminds me of like RimWorld and their tornadoes. Does anybody remember tornadoes in RimWorld when they were first added? Because it was suddenly there was just a random, no reason, no cause, no way to avoid it thing that could happen that could just destroy half of your fort. And cave-ins, to me, sound like, for a lot of people, they would be like earthquakes in SimCity, where I don't know how you make that not really annoying. I think in RimWorld there are tornado machines that can summon tornadoes now. Unless they removed them, I don't know. I haven't played that game in years. I've got a dwarf who's starting an artifact. A woodworker. How catastrophic were cave-ins? Cave-ins were in, I mean, they haven't been in the game since the game was 2D. So they haven't been in the game since like 2006. But the way cave-ins worked was, if you made a room that was bigger than 5 by 5, as time went on, boulders would start to fall down from the ceiling. So it wouldn't just be like, boom, room gone. It would, oh, hey, look, angry burb. Anyway, it wouldn't be like, boom, room gone. It would be like, oh, a pillar is suddenly there now. And if something was in that room, they could die. Got a competent carpenter. I do have a carpentry shop. So yeah, you want a bowyer shop then. This might be a good artifact for an adventurer, actually. I'm assuming that's what you want. It's your only other mutable skill. I like how Rum Rusher is still just like trying to catch Lava Being up to the. I think Lava Being is up to speed and has been playing the game recently, but like, it's just been a while. Oh, you found a tornado summon recently? There you go. Well, good to know I'm not just crazy. I'm also crazy, but that's a moot point. So another thing that I need to remember is when I do decide to swap to my adventurer, we have to do it in, like, early summer so that there's food that I can harvest everywhere. Archmage laser beams the whole Z level away of your mountain and everything collapses. Pretty much. Oh, wow, that was fast. 2 pieces of wood. And keeps muttering, Rumrakidar was thithil or whatever. Cool. Neat. Meanwhile, Duder's still making gems for us. Good, good, good. I'm also going to jump up here and say bed. 50. Just make me 50 beds. And also, right here, I can make a coffin. 2 of them even. Multi-designate 2 tombs. Which, actually, I just realized how stupid that was. What was the name of that dwarf that died? I need to manually assign it. It was Bim. Okay. Because otherwise I will need to designate one for every single dwarf who's died, which is not a small number. The thing is, the Myths and Magic update comes with the Myths generator, right? The early Myths generator. So that's going to make world gen a lot more interesting. However, the more mundane you make the world, the more current DF-like it'll be. So the way Tarn has pitched it is, if you want to generate a weird writhing pile of tentacles that is unplayable, that has no ability for the player to interact with it, you could do that and just read Legends. But if you generate a more playable world, it'll still look like Dwarf Fortress, if that makes any sense. Like, I have a feeling what's actually going to happen with Myths and Magic, the weirdness, a lot of those worlds, this is a guess, an educated guess based on things that have been said, a lot of those worlds aren't going to be playable. Maybe adventure mode-ish. But, like, a lot of that stuff is going to be stuff that you look at but aren't necessarily directly interacting with player-wise. I don't see when or why you'd put it in. Yeah, I think I would be more okay with natural disasters than normal cave-ins. That makes sense? Like, I would be more okay with, like, oh no, lightning struck and something caught fire, but then frame rate's dead because something's on fire. Oh no, a volcano erupted, or there was an earthquake and now there's a crack in your fort wall. Or floods would be cool. Yeah, I'd like rivers that had flood zones. That would be neat. Like, just like an like, okay, so imagine for like half a season, the base layer of the map becomes a heavy aquifer for like the first month of a season. So for the first month of a season, just mud's just going whoosh into the map. But then you need some way of clearing mud. So like, They have legendary fighting skills? Ooh, that's kind of scary actually. I'm also gonna start making rock coffers and rock cabinets. Rock coffer. Rock cabinet. Let's do 100 obsidian cabinets. And 100 andesite cabinets. This is gonna be a lot of work. So andesite coffers and obsidian cabinets. 100 of both of them. There's also just, like, apparently... Oh, yeah, and another thing for those of you who missed it, cave adaptation works again. In the beta branch, at the very least. So if you're playing in the beta, keep in mind, andesite works. Or not andesite. Cave adaptation happens again. Just keep that in mind. Was it broken? It hasn't worked since premium released. For some reason. Which was really funny, because at least it was funny to me. There was a bit there where everybody was like warning people about, yo, be wary of cave adaptation. And now nobody is warning people anymore. And then everybody stopped warning people because it stopped being a concern. Now it's a concern again, and people are like, what's cave adaptation? And I'm like, oh boy. Get ready for all of your military to die a couple times until you figure it out. Because that's like the biggest threat to it, right? Is like dwarves getting super dizzy and then just falling over and dying random. Mitchell, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? How was Strim? I was Dwarfing in things. Hope that things are good. Chat room, go follow Mitchell if you want more dwarfs. When my dwarfs are offline, Smitchell's dwarfs hold the line. That doesn't make any sense, but it kind of rhymes, so I'm going to roll with it. Zan Monomluruk. Cave adaptation. If your dwarves spend more than a couple months underground, when they go outside, they get nauseous and vomit. It's something that can be cured with exposure therapy and avoided with exposure therapy. So dwarves need to see the sun occasionally or they get unhealthy, basically. The problem with being nauseous and vomiting is it is a massive combat debuff. Also, chat room, because this fortress is, in my current headcanon, mostly designed as a construction path for adventurers, I'm actually going to put a population cap that's a bit lower than the current 420. We're going to set the population cap to 80. So I can get attacked. Baby child cap 25. Let's set that to 5. And lower those numbers down. What I did for this fort is this is my central staircase. So every dwarf, in order to get in and out of the fort, has to go through this staircase at some point. The top of it now is fully exposed except for the top where there is floors. So this is considered outdoors, I think. So I've noticed that they've stopped vomiting, but they did start vomiting pretty quick. Yep. That would be why they are vomiting at the entrance of your fort. It also is a massive mood debuff, and then they get vomit on themselves, which they hate. And also, be wary about having lots of pools of vomit. If you run out of alcohol, vomit is considered a drinkable liquid. So they will go drink vomit, which is awful for their mood. They really, really hate drinking vomit, which I, for once, don't actually ask questions about that and just go, yep. Which is also like if you're playing in a very evil biome and there's like mucus rain or whatever, they consider that to be a drinkable liquid too. Why is there just like fucking naked molddogs everywhere? It's just, good God. This fortress is gonna die to a forgotten beast, I'm telling you, chat. I'm telling you. It's just a matter of time. I mean, it's a gift. You must consume the noxious pile. Okay, so you here, you can get blocked. See, are these all done? Looks like it. 725. I might need to make one more water wheel, but we're pretty much good. Building to trigger, but...
Crypt beer, crypt beer.
Synth, 1900, thank you very much for this 16th month streak. Welcome back. Don't forget to check your primes, chat room. They happen to be up. You can get ad-free viewing. And some emotes. Blind drank water that was sitting on his tongue on a VOD for like 2 days the other day. Yes. Sorry, I had to like recomprehend that statement for a moment. Yeah, I was tracking water around inside of a tavern, so I drank all of the water off my body, including my sword. It had to be done, okay? I mean, like, you know. If you don't want dwarves to keep walking on these things so they keep getting, like, stopped for construction, literally just set them as, like, do not path here. Like, lower pathing option in the pathing tool. Because then dwarves can't stand on it, because if a dwarf is standing on this thing, it'll just, they won't construct it. So, pro tip. Drink your tears, dude. I mean, I did that as well. It was more of a demonstration, but... Also going to dig this out and put a drawbridge there. That can be closed. If you can drink lava? No, because it's not a drinkable liquid. However, I feel like this comes up more often than it should. Oh shit, I missed that. I feel like this comes up more often than it should. But there was somebody in my chat once who modded the game so that lava was a drinkable liquid and then didn't give any of his dwarves alcohol. This is a tall tower cap bow. Oh. A sprite that's missing. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with tower cap and encircled with bands of tower cap. I wonder if that's visible in adventure mode. Probably not. So I will just simply use that to inflate the value of this room right here. Anonymous, thanks very much for gifting a sub. Appreciate you. Lol, oops, indeed, yes. What a grand name. What, the Strong Balls? Thanks, chat room. I mean, the fortress is called Dragonspike. They spontaneously combust. It's like catching fire. Big bang. And then they get annoyed when inhaling smoke. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the anonymous gift? Thank you very much for keeping this subscription, this stream funded. We are completely crowdfunded here. I don't do any sponsored segments. So bow, right there. Goblin Beast Hunter? Oh, really now? Don't seem to be very well armed for a Beast Hunter. You're a good bowman, though. Criminal of the Sunken Coalition. Former leader of the Barricaded Clusters. Dragonspike? Yeah, well, we do have 2 dragons. Mama and daughter dragon. Not cave dragons, like dragons. Like big dragons. Full-size ass dragons. This gives me a total of 16 bedrooms. It's not too bad. Apparently I have a mayor who I guess I need to give a special office to. Part of the reason I do these manually is so I can prioritize more upset dwarves. Instead of just whoever happens to claim it. Not that it actually makes them happy or anything, but... Sure, if you have a breeding pair, which I don't currently have. Penultimate. The out-of-bed feature is so nice. I mean, that's a feature that's been in the game as long as I can remember. Okay, so I need to make a new office for my mayor. I'm thinking down here, on this side. I'm also going to move their bedroom. I realize I just made them a bedroom, but that's going to be their bedroom. It's going to be dining room. It's going to be office. That's going to be bedroom. Good question. Yes, bad is a word. Also, touch is a word. Meaning I could name a fort the Bad Touch. Uh-oh. Fighting just broke out. Anyway, sweat, baby, sweat. Why is there... Oh. Getting attacked by buzzards again. Chat room, I'm getting attacked by buzzards again. I feel like it doesn't matter how many cages I put here. They're still going to attack me, but maybe the actual thing is I need to put a weapon trap here. No, okay, I see what the problem here is. Don't do that. There we go. We'll just do that. Everybody knows that bird is the word? Well, I mean, that is true. It's also a given. You know what? Actually, I should just put my military squad, like, in the room that currently has the corpses in it. Which is, like, wherever that ended up. Is it one layer down? Yeah, right here. So I should put my military right here. And whenever buzzards come by, they just stab them to death. But that would be a little bit dangerous, honestly. Maybe, and then maybe move the bodies over here. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's just dig out a room here for my future squads that they will definitely throw themselves off the edge with. What could, I mean, worst case scenario, we completely map out the Magma Sea. I don't see anything possibly going wrong here. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Penultimate. Capturing dragons is stupidly easy, though. I don't know it as a movie. Oh, I mean, wait, the music video of the movie? I mean, I just know that thing as a song. Probably a very problematic song, too. Okay, so let's see. Fully connected all the way down. You're all connected, yep. You're all connected, yep. All the way along. You're suspended again, because of course you are. Are you sleeping? There we go. I mean, the idea would be to just not have miasma. No, it's open to the outside there so that I can throw the bodies into the volcano. I could just put it above ground. No, these stairs are just made out of obsidian. I kind of hate the obsidian color, actually. Which I've talked about a good number of times. What the fuck are you doing? No job and you just standing there? Didn't that? The hell are you doing? Well, that worked. I don't know what that dwarf was doing, but... Did I make it impossible for them to path home? Can they... Dumb question, chat room. Can they not go through stairs that have things on top of them, specifically in this discussion, axles? But I thought they could. Can they not? Let's find out. Because that's kind of what it looks like. It looks like they can't path home. Well, I mean, that's what we're doing. Although yeah, both my miners would be busy. Can you quit meditating on boundaries and go remove the boundaries from those dwarves so that they can, like, go home or go anywhere else? I'm always amazed by how many people don't mess with I mean, they're not pipes, but don't mess with the axles, because the axles are a lot of fun. Is it further this way? Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. I see what happened. Makes sense. Okay, I get it. I did an oops. My bad. I removed the stairs and walled off a thing. I get it. So, yes, they can in fact go up those. I thought they could. I just, upon building this, broke a few things. That's what happens when I start building something towards the end of a stream, forget what I built, and then come back and start working on it the next day. I lock a bunch of dwarves in a hallway for a while, and then realize it, luckily, soon enough that I can save their lives, but still late enough that a bunch of them almost died. Fortunately, none of them actually did die, so I don't actually feel bad. But, I mean, it could have been bad. These actually all need to go away. I do know what those are. That is a door, that is a bed. We'll unforbid those. Also unforbid this lever, which obviously got forbidden because of the wall that I blocked. Anyway. Not knowing their bodies are too big to get past. Like, poking their head. Wait, really? Like, quails just try and walk through the cage? I was really wondering why none of that construction was getting done. Anyway, that answers that question. That you can use them on invading armies? Maybe weird by your definition. I think it's awesome. But cage traps are as OP as they are. But, you know, we all have our slightly differing opinions. Okay, well, all this stuff's getting constructed at the very least. And you get a scholar. I don't even have a library, so respectfully, no. Unless you would like me to refund that and then ask again in a few hours. Is the Gorlak gone? I'm sad. Oh well, maybe next time. Maybe he'll come back. Soldier. I also don't have a military. I have dwarves that I'm throwing into the military occasionally to make them do things. What I do have are random monster hunters, potentially, but I can't guarantee they'll be any good or will live or will be anything but pissed. So if you'd like a human soldier, I can give you a human soldier, but I don't have a military. I realize that, like, this isn't very optimal for you right now, but literally all of this fort's efforts have been going into building this water thing. Rotom? Okay. The punk is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is cheerful and though he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking, he finds obligations confining, he is quick to form negative views about things, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He likes a little excitement now and then and is conflicted by this because he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he often snaps his fingers when he's nervous and becomes exasperated. When he becomes exasperated, he begins to speak very slowly and deliberately, and he laughs very loudly whenever he's nervous. He likes bathing the world in chaos, or dreams of bathing the world in chaos, and personally respects perseverance and tranquility and a peaceful day, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes stoneware, brass, and yellow diamond, red panda leather, mountain goat horn, and the color gold, picks and helms and millstones and scepters and llamas for their wool, and the words of the diamonds of depth and the sound of the laces of pregnancy. When possible, prefers to consume tomato wine and absolutely hates moon snails. There you go, Rolf. 5-stream streak. Your ability to grasp is somewhat impaired, probably due to your right hand being gone. And you're a proficient taxman. You have a wife, a lover, and a son. And you're a kindred spirit with one of the other dwarves who hangs out here. Kindred spirits with a number of people. Very personable. You're 53 years old. Still going strong. Sounds like he's got criminal intentions. I mean, currently he just wants to beat up the local wildlife in the caverns. And honestly, hop to it. Good luck. Live your best life, human. But, like, if you die, don't come crying to me about it. Over here, this is going to be my mayor's office. And bedroom, eventually. Yayo. Yvonne, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Stibnite blocks. Don't see that too often. And I'm going to make a office right here. And this is apparently overlapping. It's overlapping with the tavern. That's going to be given to the mayor. This is going to be listed as a dining hall, which is also going to be given to the mayor. You just seem lazy as hell as soon as you build a tavern. You got to remember that one of the most important needs to your dwarves that isn't, you know, go do murder thing is socializing. And as far as monster slayers go, they don't have a job. They are volunteers that are not getting paid for the most part, except for in food and board, because dwarves don't understand what, like, charging people for things is. That's the dwarves' problem, not theirs. And their job is to go out into the caverns and beat the shit out of stuff. So if you don't have access to the caverns, they're not going to go beat the shit out of stuff. Mercenaries that ask to join your fort, similar to monster hunters, can be added to the military, though. He might be a psychopath, but he's on our side, so it's okay. Pretty much, yes. Everybody loves a good old-fashioned psychopath. Or a beneficial psychopath, maybe? Worry about getting these distributed first. This is where they put clothes. Crazy Beard, thank you very much for the 4th month and welcome back. Sometimes very competent Beast Hunters. Sometimes they get competent, yeah. You have Merc interns. I mean, don't we all? It's a very, very respectable career path, allegedly. Oh, I should have done these two. Forgot about those two. Ha, well. Needs empty cage. Let's make 10 wooden cages, and let's also go here and go to other and just type in cage. Okay, I got nothing in cages. What do I have in cages here? Just my dragons. Okay. So there's 2 levels of like people joining your fortress, and that is visitors, or 3 levels rather. Visitors, permanent residents, and residents. Visitors, or maybe visitors, long-term residents, and residents. Visitors are just people who come and go, right? So these are just the people that you have no control over. They hang out in your tavern and then they leave. When you get a petition and they ask to join, that's a long-term resident. So somebody who has permission to stay in the fort, but isn't actually a citizen. So you can't assign them jobs, but they eat and drink your food and hang around the fort, okay? The last one, actually, rather than instead of fruit, let's just do this and get rid of the fruit one. The last one is citizens. And citizens, which is the highest one. Citizens are what all your dwarves are, and if somebody asks to stay for a while and you say yes, if they're happy, they will eventually, after roughly a year, ask to become a citizen. When they be asked to become a citizen, then you can give them jobs. My jurist here, this dwarf, my tavern keeper, is my adventurer that I was playing as for a couple days. This adventurer asks for citizenship and lives here, and is also bonded with both my dragons, which is excellent for future reasons. Apparently is feared as a killer by the Creed of Legends. Same with the Rounded Secret, and the Hideous Secret, because I've killed a bunch of people. So I'm feared by a religion, feared by an outcast group, and a religion. I was the former Lord of the Granite Knives because I accidentally claimed it, and he's always got the zoomies. Dude drinks too much coffee. Okay, so there's crap on the ground everywhere. Actually, let's see. How's my cloth doing? We got 49 cave spider silk. Let's check a dwarf. What are you, actually, what are you wearing? Let's do 50 tunics. And also something that I'm going to do is I'm going to go, I always think it's up, but it's down a few layers. I'm going to go to my refuse stockpile. I'm going to add to the custom. I'm going to go to finished goods and type in wear, footwear, handwear, headwear, legwear. And I'm going to allow all materials. Don't care about materials. And I'm going to go in and remove everything below well crafted. So lower quality clothing that isn't claimed by dwarves is just going to go directly into that pile and be disposed of. That's because they're workers. They're haulers and construction workers. They're not residents. They can't do residence jobs. Residence jobs are things like crafting, right? Residence jobs are things like assigned tasks. These are not residents, jobs. Right? What's MMO Junkie so pissed about? You really want to pray. And have martial training and be with friends. Want to create a great work of art. Maybe I just do this. Where the dragons are currently, but it's a good room for it. A lot of gods that have no worshippers. There's some that I see that must be pretty popular. Looking for one that has a lot of worshippers. I always hear about Kesh. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. I like how they have a god named Nish. That's kind of like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of naming a god Steve. Like, what do you worship? Steve! There you are. 6 worshippers. The gods of persuasion and speech. There's a lot of like one worshipper. We'll just do that. We'll call it the Temple of Speaking. Speakers! Yeah, the Temple of Speakers. There you go. Speaker hats. The temple. I'm not going to allow visitors into it, though. Just so that my Urist here... I think Urist worships that god. Do you not? No, you don't. But MMO Junkie does. Yeah, Nish is a very standard name. We're saving, and an ad's going to run in 2 minutes. I'm just going to run the ad right now. I'll pause the game when the ad is done. No, a dwarf I like needed that temple, so I made the temple for them. Because I'm a good fortress overseer, I think. Ugh. Bah. Just over here yawning. Kind of sleepy in the day. It is kind of what happens when my sleep schedule shifts way earlier. This kind of happens in the summer. In the winter, I kind of become a night owl. In the summer, I become more of a morning person because gardening, mostly. Okay, so we are going to head down to prepare to working on this lower layer. I'm still worried about this volcano starting to randomly begin erupting. So actually, probably going to queue up a bunch of walling off of this volcano. And then we're going to go back down to the lower layers. This is what we're going to do. It's only 165 of them. Yeah, you like sort of like what Stone's talking about here. It's like, you know that you've been playing Dwarf Fortress for too long when you can see a dwarf walk into your fort and be like, oh, you originally came from a much different culture. Just based on their name. Like, oh, you have a human name. Oh, you have a goblin name. Because they're all, like, pretty different in their letter structure. Like, considering from what I can tell, it's literally just, like, stuff that Zach and Tarn spitballed on a napkin at some point and then just, like, added to the game. It's kind of amazing to me how recognizable they are. I guess it's like a testament to Zach's writing. It's kind of interesting that this one has decided to not start overflowing, whereas all of the other ones are. All right. Get to bed at a proper time tonight. You've got a technician that can arrive at 7 to 12. Ooh. Yeah. Although 7 is not that. That's not too bad. Although usually I find that if somebody says that they're going to arrive from 7 to 12, I always ask them, am I the first person on the list for the day? Because if so, then yeah, that means 7. Otherwise, it means 12. That's the part of that sucks, though, is you don't actually know which one to be worried about. Okay, I got him naked bulldog. We'll train it and then eat it. It's always later for you. Yeah. I always assume it's on the higher end. Man, 1 humped camel meat stew. Prepared turkey intestines. Ooh. You know, honestly, all of this meat stuff, and especially strange organs, to me just kind of reminds me of pho. You know, it's like, what's that? Beef tripe, tendon. Really turns a lot of people off real quick, turns out. So I only have 1 brewer. It's all the way down here. I think it's time to make another brewer. Or 2. Pho is delicious. No, I'm not knocking pho. I love pho. Pho is great. I love me some pho. I will eat pho whenever I have the fucking opportunity. But at the same time, I get why people are turned off by it sometimes. No, it is great, Super Fragger. Like I really like it. But I understand why some people are turned off by it. Like me over here, I like weird stuff in my pho. I don't fly around with it, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure that pork jaw and cheek is a delicacy everywhere. It's just most people refuse to eat it if it's not culturally normal. Because as somebody who's also had pork jaw, yeah, no, I can agree. Okay, let's check on my pump system currently. Specifically the amount of power it needs. Oh, I'm too far down. It is. I'm actually gonna hotkey this. I'm gonna put it on F5, I think. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they're all still under construction. Let's go down here, remove 2 of these. And I'm going to go up here and go to the manager's office because that's always where I put random levers that connect to things. Plop those in there. Unsuspend all this. Got suspended because there's boulders in the way, obviously. We're going to plop a door, and plop a door. Plop a bed. Search up the old mayor. Click on rooms. Go to modest quarters. Assign this to some other dwarf. And then make this into their bedroom. Your cook keeps not mixing ingredients, so he keeps throwing 5 onions in a lavish meal or 5 peaches. I mean, I wouldn't complain about peaches. Why would anybody complain about peaches? I mean, millions of peaches. I mean, and they come from a can. They were put there by a man in a factory. I would never complain about peaches. Can't and won't. I refuse to complain about peaches. Okay, Mayor, what do you want? You want shields? Well, we'll get to that. Yeah, Adams had a very specific idea for the kobold language and what to do with it. Procedural. Yes. I like their procedural languages. Procedural languages are fun. One of the funniest responses actually I've seen to adventure mode so far is somebody just randomly going, this was on the Reddit that I saw, which is elves speak dwarf. All caps. And then somebody asked them, they're like, do you not trade with them? They're like, no, I always kill them all when they arrive. It's like, well, speak American. I'd prefer to bleed American, but it's because that album has some bangers on it. Jamie Eat World is an underrated band. Not just a one-hit wonder. I maintain this. That poor frogman. Yes. Also, yes, that poor frogman. Also, thank you, YouTube, by the way, for still tuning into the streams. Although there is something you can do to help out the streams at no cost to you. Hit that like button. Make the like number go up. It's at 36 likes for 90 viewers. That is not a lot of likes for a good number of viewers. So help that number go up, and that'll help more people tune in. Speak American? Isn't that just talking a fake Texas accent, though? Or just saying, hey, y'all, repeatedly, depending on what part of America you're trying to emulate? Or talking like you're from Minnesota? Which, that's not even very good. Minnesota. Which I can't actually do. I can do a better fake Toronto accent than I can do Minnesota, because it's like, Minnesota's just a more intense Toronto accent. Dishmab Ringjaw. Well, you have a cool name. What is you? I'm sorry, what? Holy leader of the what now? Holy leader of the Communion of Whispering. Huh. That's just a really good religious title, I guess. Yeah, the portraits are in Fortress mode in the beta branch, yes. Holy leader with a D, not liter with a T. A holy leader would not be very good at holding a leader. It would be very empty quite quickly. There's a hole in the bucket, dear Liza. I say. Okay, so 793 power used. Let's do a full lap. That's not the way I wanted to do that. I'm going to use specific blocks. Obsidian. Okay. We should be pretty much hooked up, at least for this area. And this connected, this not connected. Okay, that's what we're still working on. That's not connected, we're still working on that. Okay, so I'm gonna need to make a few more water wheels, I think. That and this. What's up, Nameless? And then down here, I'm going to smooth this and then fortify it. So, aside from being thirsty, we're all finishing up this construction. Chat, I'm gonna go top off my water. Be right back. I love the giant sass. Hmm. A human almost unparalleled in size. A giant named Sass. Huh. Disaster? Disaster, more like. Did I look up Ringjaw? What was Ringjaw? It's a dwarf. Dwarven Bard. We'll take a Dwarven Bard. Okay, let's go find this giant, though. Oh shit, it snows? Huh. I had no idea. Got no fun items, that's unfortunate. As a mom and dad, pretty young for a giant. Only a dabbling wrestler. This is actually why giants are kind of easy to fight generally, is because they're terrible at combat. His name is Nuts. Sass is... Well, his last name's Jewel Keys, so he's Nut Jewel Keys. What, the map? This is not weird. This is not weird. It's just a volcano in the middle of nowhere in a flat region. This is pretty normal for flat You'll get some really weird world gen around flat volcanoes. Like, volcanoes in the middle of, like, a field usually have weird, like, symmetrical things around the edges. So what I need to do is I need to figure out where the front door to my fort is. I know that that's, like, a weird thing to say out loud, but I don't actually fully know where all the entrances are right now. So I'm gonna lock this. And I'm gonna check down here. Did I ever... Okay, so it can just run into the caverns. There's a cage in that, but then it would have to fight my elephant. Oh, I hate using water reactors. Especially in this version. How do you not get wind to work? You just put it outside. What? Like, it's fine if you want to use water reactors. That's not the issue here. How do you not get wind to work? You literally just put them outside and don't build walls around them. And don't build a roof on top of them. You just put them outside. That's it. And then wind. You either have wind or you don't have wind. Yeah, no, it's absolutely possible to be somewhere that has no wind, but that's not the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking is, how do you have wind not work? Some maps don't have wind. Yes, exactly. But that's not my question. If you've settled somewhere without wind, okay. But how have you never managed to make it work? Every time you do it, they won't spin. Do you only settle in, like, right on the equator where it never snows? Huh. Well, do everybody a favor and stop spreading rumors that they don't work, because they certainly do. Because I've had people tell me that they're bugged and never work, and it's like... Anyway, I don't know. For me, water reactors are just cheesy bullshit. I don't like them. I do, however, enjoy some other sort of exploity things, but water reactors are just too much for me. What else was I doing? Sweet pods and cave wheat, I think. Yeah. I kind of screwed up, and all my seeds ended up in that stockpile. That's fine. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just hope that giant comes in this way, because I do have these 2 cage traps. So, dwarves, stay inside. Don't be dumb. Challenge level impossible. Let's see what happens. And throw this giant into the volcano. I don't know, you should try building them more often, though. Because the reason I like windmills is because they often have a really nice aesthetic to them. Like, they just end up looking really nice. It's definitely possible you were doing something wrong, because walls and trees can block wind. There you go. Walls and trees can block wind. So it is definitely possible you were just doing something wrong. But I can't say that for certain without looking at it. So if you're trying to build them like in a forest, yeah, it's not gonna work. There we go. Continues. So he was available as a pet again. Yeah, I don't know. To me, I think the need for water reactors is force of habit. I wish that the developers of this game would turn up the amount of or speed of evaporation and make it not work. But that's because I just really don't like them. I wish people would use minecart reactors because I think that they're way cooler personally and don't impact your frame rate as much. Which is where you have an auto-dumping minecart sitting on a minecart stop that just dumps periodically. Those are cool. Because it actually feels a lot more believable to me for some reason. Do you have a tutorial for that? No, actually. Because when I was building that video, I was feeling lazy and just kind of didn't add it in. But it's literally just place a minecart stop right there. Set it to dump to the right. Put a minecart on minecart stop. Put a water wheel above it. Fill it up with water. Every time it fills up with water. But don't, like, fill it up with water with a lot of flow. Otherwise, it'll move. Then, literally, whenever it fills up with water, it's just going to start dumping. That's it. Very easy. I'm not going to make a tutorial out of it. Some things have to be left to player creativity. If you just look at me as a streamer, tell me how to pee. I'm not going to show you how to pee. You get to figure out how to do that on your own, you big kid. And that's how tutorials work. I'll give you the basics. You get to figure out the advanced shit. At some point, you got to grow out of diapers, man. I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know why that's the example my brain went to, but, like, here we go. Here we are. This is where I live. You want to pee in a cool way? Pro tip, Cheerios make good targets, man. Low-key, that's actually something I did when I was, like, 6 and still a child. Okay, so I think I can probably bring water in now. Let's find out. Great way to potty train. Yep. No, I have this, like, vivid memory of my mom being like, put some Cheerios in the toilet. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it should produce 1,000 power. So this is not fully connected yet. Okay, up to here. God damn it. Oh, right. So it's literally just this left. So 855 plus 175, or plus 46. Plus 46? Oh, I see. So 40, yeah. I do need like 2 or 3 more water wheels. Shoutouts to this spearman who's killed a good number of troglodytes for me in this fort. I'm actually kind of surprised I haven't had any major injuries on my dwarves just yet. Because I don't have a hospital right now. Probably like low-key build that in the background. Let's like get some flooring in here. Also, speaking of, actually, did one of my dwarves just die? No, just an ibex. That's fine. Five rock tables. Big amount of granite. Traction benches. 5, please. Maybe if you're a weird perv who likes reptiles. Blaze of Ice. I don't look like a donkey, so it's not really my plan. I'm also not voiced by Eddie Murphy, so yeah, I don't think I have that power. If I was voiced by Eddie Murphy, then maybe. Actually, genuinely, I'd probably watch Eddie Murphy if he streamed. Okay, so like how much money do we need to throw at the internet to make Eddie Murphy stream like the 2D Shrek platforming / fighting game on the Game Boy? Just saying. Like, that game was awful. And it's the only game I've ever played with a Game Boy Link cable. Because my friend had a flash cart. Or I knew, well, not this kid who I went to a birthday party for once when I was a little kid had a flash cart thing. Or like some like thing that would like you clone like game carts. And yeah. Don't think there's enough money? Damn it. Hold on. Shrek GBA. Yep. Shrek and Shrek 2 SummerSlam, I think. Sorry, there's actually like 10 of them. But I think SummerSlam is the one I was thinking of. Yeah. Super Slam, not SummerSlam. Super Slam? Yes. This is an image of it. Do we have a donkey? That's actually a good question, do I? I don't think so. Some migrants have arrived, apparently. Well, oh, duh. Wrong menu. No, I don't. Rightfully so, I ate them all. The Iron of Power. I need somebody who would make it for a good militia captain. Or a good militia member. Dreams of mastering a skill. I often feel lustful. Enjoys the company of others. Likes a little excitement. I don't know. Would Seaprit be any good at this? Because Seaprit's already listed. Same with Toulon. Out of the random selections. Crafting a masterwork someday. Is a proficient swords dwarf, probably why you got the job. Does not have the feelings of emotional attachment and has never felt a moment's connection with another being. Is inattentive to detail in her own work. Has a very calm demeanor and can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. Finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Could be considered rude, tends to avoid crowds. In terms of crafting a masterwork someday, personally believes artful speech and eloquent expression are the highest ideals, values honesty. Okay, you know what? Actually, I was going to make you into a militia commander, but instead I'm going to make you into a poet. Have fun there, Dwarf. Also check my peasants, see if any of them have any desires to do such jobs. Self-examination, be with friends. It's really fun when you get all of these dwarves that are just like, I just want to be good at self-examination and, like, being friends with people. No interest in, like, murder. Come on. I need somebody who really wants to stab a fool in the head, okay? Want martial training. Well, that's good. There's mastering skill. Okay. Um, 10% of self-modesty, even though it would offend the average sense of modesty. He isn't particularly curious about the world. He enjoys the company of others, often feels envious of others, and often nervous. Lustful, acts with compassion. Does not often feel lustful, is brave in the face of imminent danger. Got him! You're hired. It would be awesome if we could employ big livestock to generating power. What, you have like a giant hamster wheel? Trying to like imagine what that would look like. That's the one that just arrived. We actually got a lot of like random combat skills in this fort. Surprisingly so. Also throw Yuzol in there and Ubal. Those are going to be my squads, and I'm actually just going to get them into training right now. Set them to no orders under ready. And I'm just going to get them training like literally right here. I'm going to put a barracks down here right now. But what I'm going to end up doing probably is get them training outside. And then also, I have to make a minecart route for this. Animal-powered mills were very common. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about that, so. Actually, you know what? Let's do 2 tiles out. Oh, we're in an ad break in a minute. When the ad pops, I will pause the game so you guys won't miss anything. So they're going to have to walk outside to dump the trash, which seems smart. What, like giant hamster wheel? Yeah, like giant hamster wheel. I don't know. I mean, I'm not against... The thing is, it is entirely up to Zach and Tarn what they add, right? Like, I'm not against anything like that. That would be cool. As long as it fits within Zach and Tarn's vision. I don't really care. Because that's the thing that is kind of important to me. All right, so that's going to take a minute to construct. God, the moods in this fort are getting pretty bad. And they're getting pretty bad due to, well, all of this construction and lack of proper living quarters in this fort. And also the amount of bodies that are just lying around. No, I have not seen the movie The Mill. I have not. I don't even know what it is. Something I really like about Twitch, which is like kind of a crappy thing, is that whenever I'm streaming, I have either my following or the directory open, and sometimes I'll just see a stream pop up, and then after a while, the game that they're playing will change, and that updates in real time without refreshing the page, but the thumbnail doesn't unless you refresh the page, so it'll be like, playing... And it looks like Wreckfest, but it's like Dark Souls. It's like, I don't think that's Dark Souls. A Demolition Souls-like. Well, I mean, the Mad Max IP is cheap. So, I'm just saying. That would actually be an interesting use of that IP. It's like an extremely difficult demolition derby style thing. Did I ever unlock that trapdoor? I guess I did, because they're all using it. Shiny and chrome, damn right. You could even have, like... You could use... You could even, like, have, like, gas stations, air quotes, as question mark, as, I'm very worried for when these start being agitated. As a form of, like, bonfire type deal, you know? I mean, that would make sense, I think. There was a horse-powered boat in the 19th century that used a screw propeller. Reinforcing the word horsepower again, I suppose. Where did these puppies come from? Who let dogs into my fort? I didn't give you permission to do this. Well, I'll geld it. Also a goat. As well as those Moldog puppies. Grr. How about you? Nothing is currently caged, just some troglodyte. Who let the puppies out, more like, yeah. Although, who let the dogs out for me is more usually Moldogs than actual dogs. What story are you telling here, human? Do you guys ever look into, like, the random stories that people are telling in your fort? Or is that just me? In the midsummer of 176, the human Zugot, your throats, became the sacred scrape of the denomination of shoving. Huh. Okay. Sure, definitely. You didn't know you could read them? Yeah, you just have to find them while they're happening and then click the magnifying glass next to it. So, these dwarves are all listening to a story. Boom. Yeah, this also goes for music, so if somebody is singing or doing poetry, it'll give you a description of the poem, or the type of poem it is. Same with the songs, it'll give you a description of the songs. That's how some people have written music based on the generation from Dwarf Fortress. Okay, so up here, I'm gonna put a cage trap there, and a cage trap there. I'm gonna deal with that as best we can. Move down a layer here. This is a barracks now. I'm gonna put that military squad in here. Hey, there we go. We got these, you know, buzzards dying now. That's great. I'm gonna put a track stop here, and we're gonna start setting up this body disposal. I'm going to make mine cart made of wood. Wooden mine cart. There we go. Just one. Saw them mention composing coming to adventure mode, like music composition. I mean, no. Here's the thing: when Dwarf Fortress is talking about composing and stuff, you're not going to actually be able to literally hear it. What they're talking about is descriptions of compositions. The Dwarf Fortress doesn't have the capability to, does not have the capability currently to actually play the music back to you. But it does have the capability to give you a detailed description of it, which is what they do and the only thing the game is capable of, really. Okay, so I'm not going to load dwarf corpses into this. Your DAW is Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, no, it's not that. I realize that that is disappointing to some people for some reason, which I think is a little silly. It's basically like, level your expectations, lads. You know? Oh, absolutely, Placator. Yeah, all of the world, like, there's definite... What? Devilish Potato, a human spearman, has been found dead. Died to a troll? What a shame. Do I not have weapons? I guess I don't have weapons. Well, that's a shame. Been trolled? They see me trolling? Tell this squad the lauded armories to go punch this thing to death. Because honestly, I think it deserves it. Yes, exactly, Shinobi. Which, you know, some people really don't like. This dwarf is now in pain. Because it got its wrist grabbed and locked, and her elbow snapped backwards. So that sounded painful. But the dwarves are doing a pretty decent job of punching the thing. We did just lose Kivish, which is very unfortunate. However, the order is still going through. The dwarves are punching it to the best of their goddamn abilities. And Aiton here is stunned. And Uzal here, with her 2 kids, is not dead just yet. I always forget how big trolls are, by the way. Keep punching it. Come on, you guys got this. Are we winning? Yay, we're winning. They're just punching it repeatedly. It's very, very similar currently to the Toad Man, although they are now overexerted. This dwarf here appears to have joined in, who is married to Ermaluk, who's probably just going, honey, please don't die, at the office today. Dwarves are continuing to beat the troll, and continuing to beat the troll, and continuing to beat the troll. You know, on the good side, this is probably pretty decent, like, hand-to-hand fisticuffs training. What's going on up here? They want a Craftsdwarf's Guild. I mean, I don't blame them. You weren't expecting MIDI playback. Yeah, but that's the thing, is like whenever we start talking about these sorts of things, I often see people just getting like wildly overblown expectations very quickly. Which, you know, I get it. But you don't get like a sound, like audio output or anything like that. Come on, guys, you can do it. Just keep punching it. I have some faith in you to just strangle it. You know? You're training it. That's the problem right now. Come on, guys. Just keep at it. You know? This is terrifying. We hate this, but, you know, we need you. Okay, you're a legendary wrestler, Mr. Peasant, who just moved in, so you get in here. Speaking of legendary wrestler, how are you... What are you? Huh. 140 years old, eh? Interestingly enough, this legendary wrestler is on friendly terms with my adventurer, meaning I probably met this guy in adventure mode. Oh, well, we're also apparently killing a troglodyte first. Largely just punching it. Let's see what you do. Yeah, just punching it. Okay, well, I need somebody to help. He became a named entity. You also gotta love the dwarves just like running past. How many dwarves does it take to punch a troll to death? Everybody's overexerted. Why are you just punching him in the hand? Probably more effective things you could hit. How about I chuck the... Okay, never mind. You're not an actual axe dwarf. I was gonna say somebody who actually just straight up has an axe in their hand. It's real fun when you end up in situations like this and you just straight up have no weapons in the fort. It's just kind of funny to me and will always be just kind of funny to me. I mean, they'll figure it out eventually, right? Let's go check in on this. Man, how have I not managed to get this whole thing connected yet? Literally, they just haven't constructed that. Okay. Okay, dwarves. Who named him? So they name them. They get a name when they kill somebody. So because they killed a dwarf and a devilish potato, then they get a name. Also, now there's a bunch of troglodytes in the mix. There you go. Oh no. That elite wrestler, who I chucked into the military at the very end there, managed to die, I think. Yeah. Yeah, he did. How? What happened to you? Oh, troglodyte got to him. So he was punching the... He's just beating the troll. Yeah, and then a troglodyte got a free hit on him, basically. So a troglodyte snuck up on him while he was beating the crap out of the troll. That's. I have no idea. I mean, a devilish potato, which is the name of somebody from Twitch chat who, in this case, had a spearman named after him. Just a random monster hunter who was the first death that the thing killed. T-H-I is how you spell that. I always forget. It's a bloody shame. What a horrible, horrible way to die. What, getting kicked in the back of the head? I mean, yeah. Also, you keep the gem cutter was found dead. Probably the same thing. Died to a troglodyte. That's a shame. I should probably make a military, hey? And stop, like, you know, focusing literally all of my efforts on sealing this volcano. But, you know, that would be the smart thing to do. Instead, I'm going to continue focusing all of my efforts on this volcano. I will not let these setbacks deter the progress of this great construction. We must defeat the volcano before we can worry about literally anything else. Right, chat? The losses don't matter. Bone Dolphin, what kind of dwarf do you want? You want to be one who manages to punch the troll dead. Fuck, I already closed the combat log, I think. Yes, I did. So, you want to just be somebody who's not dead, who's still in the military? Sure, okay. Which one do you want? Just pick one. Give them some shields and that'd be good? Sure. But see Exhibit A, which is I will finish defeating the volcano. Bomb wreck? Okay. Bone Dolphin is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust. Prefers to present herself modestly and is quick to anger, has a sense of duty and lives a fast-paced life. Generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Tends to avoid any physical confrontations, works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Can sometimes act without deliberation, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything ever anymore. Personally is disgusted with eloquent speakers, sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish, and dislikes cooperation. Values hard work. Likes quartzite, sterling silver, and tanzanite, and rami fabric, the color chartreuse, as well as suns, low boots, and rings, and the words of the mindful pomegranate wine. Wait, what? The words of the mindful saffron. Yeah, there you go. When possible, prefers to consume pomegranate wine, and reindeer's milk, and teff, and hates bark scorpions. She's a member of the Iron of Power and a member of the Farmers Guild. Welcome to the fort. The Lined Coven now needs a temple complex and a high priest, which I can probably do pretty quick. I will add more fancy windows. And then fortify the other side so that they can, and I'm doing air quotes, cease through them. Lots of red gems in this fort. Mindful pomegranate wine. I mean, sorry. Ran the two of them together, unfortunately. Okay, so I can now drop down one. Go to this, and nope, don't have minecart yet. But I do very much need to get this done. Also gonna go to standing orders, chores, and we're gonna allow kids to do hauling again. Get to it, kiddos. How many dwarves are currently constructing things? Lots of dwarves. Okay, let's follow one. What are you constructing? Oh, I see why this is taking so fucking long. It's because they have to run all the way halfway across the caverns. Also, I've got injured dwarves everywhere. And then do that. Okay, so I need to make this into a hospital for realsies because I actually have injuries. Make that into a hospital. Press N. Chief Medical Dwarf. I do have a proficient diagnoser who can be the Chief Medical Dwarf. This here. We'll add Shortast as a doctor. We'll add other... Whoop, nope. I was going to say we'll add other Shortast. Nope, that's the same Shortast. We'll set our Chief Medical Doctor as the diagnoser. We'll add you as a surgeon. Gotta start somewhere. Why do I keep removing Shortast? God damn it. And then Bone Doctor can be Zaz. Let's hit Y, go to Orderlies. Yeah, we'll set it to everybody does that. There you go, Lamond. Let's put a chest in there. As well as a couple tables. And some traction benches. A traction bench, that'll do. Holy shit, there's so much blood. There's so much blood. So much blood. Holy shit, traction benches of color now? Oh no, wait. No, I see, it's just directly underneath Troll's blood. And it exposed the Troll's blood, which just looks really funny. Just waiting for food to get over 500. There you go. What's your plan with the adventure fort? A month? A giant blood mire. I just kind of put it there because I wanted to keep track of it and wasn't sure where else to put it. Oh, absolutely. The bridge method still works. It's never going to stop working. I just don't like using it because it's not automated enough. I like using more efficient methods versus the bridge method. It's not a bad method. It works just fine. It's just not one I use, really. Now, there's part of me that's really tempted to just connect it to this, but I don't want to do it. Because I don't want to have troglodytes running in this way. But it is making this construction so fucking slow. Okay, fuck it. We'll just do it this way. You have 3 apartments set up with small bedrooms, dining rooms, and display rooms, and you're hoping that you can just have an adventure come back and store artifacts and rest and such. There you go. Assuming it doesn't get taken over, but yeah, I mean, that's a good way to do it. I'm going to do that once I get this volcano sorted. Once I get this volcano sorted, then we're going to set up for adventure, and then we're literally going to go do adventures today. I'm kind of giving myself until 2:30 p.m. my time, and it's 12:20. So I also want to get armor making up and running as well. That is really just my goal. And also, speaking of goals, the plan for the week, chat, is we're going to do the normal streams today, tomorrow, and the day after. And then the day after that, we're going to take a look at this here little video game. It's called Manor Lord. We played it once when the preview time started for it, and I would like to play some more of it. We're going to play some more of that on launch day, which is Friday. And also worth noting, well, I don't know if this is worth noting. I'm going to complain for a second. Hey, chat, did you guys know that if you cheer $14 in bits, you can double today's revenue? Because resubs are cool. However, the reality of resubs is a lot of the time they've been paid for in advance. So, you want to help the channel out. Just saying. It's a way you could do that. My revenue today is literally $14 in resubs. I'll be okay. But, number go up, make brain happy. I've got a lot of empty cages still. I still need a lot of empty cages, even though I made more. Does that mean that I have even more shit in my cages? Just a troglodyte? Okay, what else do I have? Okay, well, I mean... Let's throw some doors into these. One there. One here. Put a... I just want to put a weapon trap, but... No, this area is just going to get sealed off, I think. Also running past bodies. That ain't helping. That ain't helping at all. Let's get that tower cap minecart in here so that we can start disposing of this stuff. Created a tavern for a necromancer bard. You may retire it in a very poor state, though. Should be interesting. Define poor state. Thank you very much for the $5, Gazoom. Greatly appreciate you, mate. Also, yesterday was great, so it's not like I'm dying or anything. I will be okay. Okay, so now suddenly all of this stuff can just go into this minecart. See? Now we just get this.
Why can't we smoke weed in adventure mode yet? Joke.
Because you can't smoke in Dwarf Fortress at all, period. I wish you could. I've been pretty loud about this many times. I think it would be really cool if you could smoke in Dwarf Fortress, because smoking is dwarfy, in my opinion. That being said, that is your answer. It's because it's not something that the game has in it. I wonder how dangerous it is to have all these dwarves stacking on top of each other right next to a weapon trap. Interesting. Long bottom leaf. Kind of surprised that that isn't like a strain. I can now recognize a high priest, which is the whole. So the first shore is now Ermaluk, and the high priest is going to be. I'm a named dwarf. Hey, chat, you guys want to name one of these dwarves? I'm going to point it to lore. So if one of my tier 2 subscribers wants, they could theoretically appoint a dwarf. Or by typing an exclamation point dwarf and adding somebody. Good lord, there's so many buzzards! I thought there was just body parts of buzzards. I didn't realize there was like 10 buzzards there. Anyway, there's now a giant Olm fighting with one of my monster hunters who's now dead. Good on you, Olm. Does that mean I can now just take your weapons? I hope so. There we go. At least somebody gets weapons. It's very funny. No, it wouldn't. Here's the thing. If having a mystical equivalent that is weed adjacent sounding is the thing that makes Dwarf Fortress age restricted, first off, they would have to seek ratings. Remember that RimWorld didn't get banned in Australia until they started making a console port, which needed ratings, right? If your game is unrated, which it doesn't need to be sold on Steam, then how is it going to get age restricted anywhere? Besides, Dwarf Fortress is fantasy violence. It's like calling Dwarf Fortress absurdly violent will always be one of the biggest fallacies in video games to me. Because it's like, it's cartoon descriptions of violence. Dwarf Fortress is no more or less violent than fucking Animorphs, and I read that when I was like a kid. So, I don't know, man. It is very cartoonishly graphic, but reading the baby's arm explodes into gore isn't exactly going to, give you nightmares. So, if anything, it would make it suit the game's audience, Bell. It's like calling people's imaginations violent. I can tell you for a fact my imagination is pretty violent, but yes, okay, no, I do see what you're saying. I have to respond to a text message real quick. Hold up. So there's an ad break anyway. Somebody's been flying a drone around my building recently, and I keep getting like DMs from people about it going, "Do you hear that? Fucking, do you hear that? What the hell is that noise?" It's literally, it's like, does it sound like a cloud of bees? Then it's a drone. It's like the biggest, meanest mosquito you've ever heard. Actually, hold on a second. Something I need to check. Okay, everybody resting are not doctors, so we should be good. FCC? I don't think they have... I don't think farm credit... So I literally just Googled FCC Canada. I get Farm Credit Canada. I don't think that your FCC has jurisdiction here. And I don't think that Farm Credit Canada is going to be particularly helpful in getting rid of a drone. In Europe is pretty harsh on smoking and other games. I live in Canada. Weed is legal. So, like, I can walk a block up the street and buy an ounce of weed. And then walk into a grocery store, buy my groceries, and then walk home. Weed is legal in Canada? Yep. It has been legal since... Oh, it's been fully decriminalized since 2016. It's been legal since you've been able to buy it in stores actively since about 2019. But it's been decriminalized for a while. All right. Probably check in construction. Sutik. Suta? Suteth. I'm not sure how to say the KH. KHs always throw me off, but thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Helping keep the channel funded. Greatly appreciate it. How's my day so far in Dwarf Fort? Lost some dwarves to a troll. Trying to get construction done. 3 of my neighbors are texting me about a drone above the building. It's sunny outside. I woke up early, and I drank too much cold brew. How's your day going? Weed has been legal for long enough that I've forgotten that it's illegal in places. That's how long it's been legal here. All right, sorry. Okay. So Kokoroko was found dead, which I'm also not surprised by. And Ral, what are you? Ral, plain relic. Dwarf. Bard. Don't need more of those. Already got plenty. Build netting with a bronze carving knife. Hell yeah. By repeatedly throwing it at it. You can, like, do work by just simply repeatedly throwing stuff at a thing. Okay, so now that all this stuff's done, I do desperately need to get this bridge done, which can just use the very close by boulder that's literally like right there or whatever. Then I need to connect a mechanism to it, and then that's about it, I think. Yeah, 1,197 is the power required. How many water wheels do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, hold on. Let's just zoom out a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, and then go down 2 layers and then fortify this. That's literally the last thing I need to do, is just hook up this drawbridge, and then I just need to smooth and fortify this. And then we're done. And it gave you 4 more? It shouldn't give you more than 1 minute and 30 seconds worth of ads. The number of ads is irrelevant. If it's giving you more than that, it probably means you're trying to refresh and get around it and you broke the system somehow. Or Twitch just fucked up hard. I don't know. But it's not supposed to give you more than 1 minute and 30 seconds worth of ads. The number of ads is irrelevant. They could be 5-second ads, they could be 15-second ads, they could be 30-second ads. It depends on what they're selling. But that's a lot of water wheels. That's nothing, mate. But the number of ads is pointless. 2 minutes of ads? All right, well then that's about right. At the end of the day, if you don't want the ads, just subscribe to Twitch Turbo. It's like $10 a month. Kills all ads on the entire site. If you use the site a lot, it's worth it. Especially if you hop streams frequently. I went to go queue something up and I can't remember what it was. Oh, cages. Let's just do another 10 cages. do 15. Make him tower cap. I cannot wait to get these dwarves out of here so that we can stop, or get out of the cavern so that I can stop dealing with these cavern creatures for a bit. Zombie Rid, are you about to die? Or are you winning? Nope, you're winning. Well, there you go. Good for you there. Well done. I'm proud of you there, Dwarf. What's the plan for this fort? It's going to be a hideout for an adventurer. But first I have to deal with this volcano so that I can reclaim it consistently, which we're about to deal with. Volcano dealing with project is almost done here. Yeah, that's pretty. But right now I'm just going through this very annoying process of people constantly popping up dead because caverns are annoying. Because caverns are annoying, and I'm constantly losing militia captains, apparently. Yeah. You know, what did I just describe 10 seconds ago, Trevor? Have you ever made that? What am I doing right now? Otherwise, you're going to need to widen the question a little bit. Be like, have I done it in the past? Yes. But it's what I'm doing right now. So, you're out of it today, clearly. All right, well, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go from the slow, tedious, well, not tedious, but slow tombs that I've been making and speed that process up a bunch because I apparently need to make faster tombs. Because there's the obsidian behind it? I guess. Let's war train the elephant. That'll help. No, that's not what I wanted. Not a pen pasture. Let's just do animal training, 1 tile. It's bloody. Whoa. Are you stealing my stuff there, mate? I think you are. Skilled blowgunner, but has no weapons and is completely naked. Yeah, you were. You were, in fact, running off with my stuff. How dare you run off with the fancy bronze scepter that doesn't really matter? Troglodytes was what you missed. And also a couple dwarves died in the process. And also my military is injured, which is, you know, a good time. Fortunately, Bone Doll is becoming a lasher or something. The caverns have decided it's time to kill me, basically, is what's going on. Oh, there's also still this one right here. Just kill him. Come on, guys. You know, after playing adventure mode for a week, I really can't wait / want the combat animations that are in adventure mode to be put into fortress mode at some point. I really want that, like, really bad. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I really want that. It doesn't need the sound effects, but I would love the animation. Sound effects would be nice, but I mostly just want the animation. Is this literally everybody? Oh, it's a good chunk of them. You haven't even seen adventure mode stuff yet? I mean, there's a bunch of VODs on my YouTube channel if you want to see them. Coffin? Rock coffin? Do day site, sure. Okay, so this is all done. That got suspended. God damn it. That's done. This is done. I mean, I could just let the water flow. Do it the danger way, but... Yeah, you know, fuck it. We'll just let the water flow. We'll do her the danger way. Danger fun. What is the most annoying cavern race to deal with? Wait, okay. 2 questions. Cavern race or cavern creatures? They're 2 different things. So do you mean like the animal people that invade? Or do you mean the wild animals that live in the caverns? For wild animals live in the caverns, I would say it's probably a tie for me between cave blobs and giant cave spiders. Giant cave spiders just because they're really strong. Cave blobs because they give a permanent syndrome that you can't get rid of. When it comes to the animal people in the basement, like Tolis just said, anything that can fly. Why would a combat animation make the game laggy? What makes the game laggy, Yvonne, is the processing that's going on behind the scenes. The animations wouldn't impact the game. That would be processed on your graphics card. And this game, I hate to break it to you, it's kind of easy for most modern graphics cards to process, unless it's maybe literally made out of toothpicks and tinfoil. Get out of there, Dwarf. Real quick. Right? Now? Nope. Now. There you go. Okay. So, unless I fucked up somewhere, which is definitely possible, this should go all the way up. All the way along. All the way over to here. You should be hooked up to here, which I should actually pull. And then, yes, I'm going to need to... this is going to start dumping water into my fortress on a lot of layers, so... it's about to start raining in a good chunk of the fort, but that's okay. Go up to here. Nope, actually, I just want to use obsidian. I don't want to use random boulders. But I would say none of them are really annoying. I just wish they showed up in smaller numbers. That's all I really wish. This needs a door, which needs to be locked. And then this needs to be walled off. Get to it, Prismatic. You got this, kiddo. I have faith in you. You must get to the lever before the water starts pumping. Which it hasn't yet, so that's good. This one doesn't need water, but it does need a door. Okay. So that should disengage you. So you should start spinning pretty quickly. It is making power, which is good. You got a new... Oh, so you can watch them work now? Well, welcome back, Tolis. It's good to have you. Is it work from home stuff, or... Just in case I need more power, we can very easily increase the amount of power in this thing. Work a scale house for trucks? Oh, hell yeah. Sounds like a decent gig. It's going to take a little while before it's considered powered, which is good. Okay, let's go over here. Queue up more coffins. Random text from my neighbor. Baldur's Gate 3 is so fucking good. Thanks for the recommendations. Never had friends to play Dungeons and Dragons with. In fact, I used to bully them for it. Well, that's why you didn't have friends. Thanks, Tony. This is what I get for peer pressuring my neighbor into playing a video game. At least he's honest. He's probably really drunk. It's almost 1 p.m., so yeah, he's most definitely drunk. All of his family lives in China, so he kind of works a weird night shift because people start texting him at like 3 p.m. Sounds like a cool neighbor? He straddles a fine line between exceptionally annoying and stupid and kind of a fun guy to hang out with sometimes. But yeah, he's a pretty cool neighbor. He lets me put my tomatoes on his patio, so. For that, I thank him. But he does do some things that kind of baffle me. All right, let's check the power. Up to 600. It's not going to be usable until it's up above 1200, which basically this needs to be 4 to 5 deep right here for that to be happening. And then we can also later connect this side up to power 2, which will be easy enough. Everyone saw the update? It updated? Which one? You mean the one from a few days ago, or did one just update? Bueno. Fill in the blanks paragraph for present tense, affirmative and needed. Of appropriate. What? I have a question. Ashir, was that intended for ChatGPT? In my chat? Because I'm leaving that there. That's very funny. Enjoy your cheating. Today, 4:58. Okay. I will restart game then. Just updated. Okay, we'll update. We'll restart. Is there a news post to go along with it? Do we know what's in it? Or are you just notifying people? Oh, there we go. Sweet, thanks. What's in it? Oh. Apologies for the 2 updates in 2 days, but important things are afoot. As I mentioned yesterday, Tarn is going to take a little rest for a week or two, so hopefully... A week or two, okay. So hopefully this will help make that wait more bearable. Updating the main default branch, improving Fortress mode. You are not seeing it. Try yeah, okay, I need to restart Steam probably. Portraits. Whether they're dwarves, humans, or other things. Okay, so more portraits. Fix statue-related crash. Fix syndrome-related crash. Fix temperature-related crash. Fix kitchen, empty kitchen menu. That's good. Fixed multi-kill squad orders. Those are broke. I never had a problem with those. I don't know. That one always bothered me because like people always talked about that not working. I'm like, I don't understand. Fixed world gen crash from the pointing shifts. Fixed world gen. Hold on. Fixed world gen crash from appointing a chefs. From the appointing of chefs by demon rulers that had been influenced by outside reading materials on decorum and leisure time. Sometimes I think they're just making this shit up. Like, genuinely? What? Okay. Anyway, centered some creatures that were printing off center. That's good. Fixed large. Yeah, I saw that one yesterday. Fixed large gems and crash produced. Oh, is this actually the patch from yesterday? Because there was a patch that went through yesterday that fixed this, but. Also, I thought they already had these, like, since the beta started. Oh, I understand. This is a main branch update. Because this isn't version 51. That makes a lot more sense. This is a main branch update, so you're probably not going to get this if you're playing on the beta branch. I get it now. Okay, cool. Makes a lot more sense now why I don't have an update. Although, what the fuck is that patch note? Well, the thing is, so if you open up a squad, right, and you give them a kill order, if you click this button, you click and drag, and you can, anything that gets selected that is not part of your faction is now, you just press confirm, and there's a bunch of tick boxes. I think what people are trying to do is click on multiple things with this button, which I just use this button, so, like, I never fully understood why that was a problem, I guess. No, there's a button. Okay, so there's two toggles. When you click, there's this button, right? Right here. That's the default, which lets you click on a thing. And then there's this one, which lets you click and drag. This has always been here. So this is what I use for, like, all kill orders. And you can go over multi-layers with it. I've always just used that. But people are like, kill orders are broken. I'm like, no, they just use this tool. And then people are like, oh, I guess they're not broken then. So yeah, that always baffled me as to why that's a problem for some people. They always worked fine for me. Your guys would just stand around. No, I mean, they always work. Like, literally, they were working last week for me. I've never had a problem with kill orders. Diamond, how you doing? Thing broke Dwarf. Also, thing you broke Dwarfin's copper brains. What? Sorry, that sentence broke my human brain. Please elaborate? I am confused. If they can't reach one of them, they will just stand. Yep, can't state that I've ever had that happen, but maybe you guys just set up weirdly, overly elaborate, strange things. But I also, I guess, don't really consider that breaking. But if they can't reach them, that's your problem. But whatever. Just forge a masterwork human brain. God, I could use one of those. That sounds handy. All right, let's zip up here. Lock this door. Put a rock in it. Automate this, though. This brain is a masterwork? I mean, I don't know about that, but... Nope, can't do that. Don't want to do that. Whenever I do decide to upgrade this, we'll just roll around. Hold on, let's check something. Rest. Sweet. Dwarves are no longer resting. My mayor's been reelected. Still the same mayor. Needs weapon racks. I think it's time to work on bedrooms. Actually, before I do that, let's make this Craftsdwarf's Guild. So I don't get yelled at. Let's put it right here. No, I don't use ChatGPT. I don't train shitty AI programs without being paid to do it. I don't willingly hand over my data to crappy companies in that way. So no. Also, I have this magical thing called imagination that works quite effectively for imagining what an artifact would look like. And many years of practice. I would recommend attempting that. What, having cave adaptation now? Actually, did cave I didn't see cave adaptation in that what's it called? In the in those patch notes, but kind of a shame. No, that's fortress mode. That's a fortress mode specific feature, not an adventure mode feature. Trust me. I will say I kind of wish that they didn't state in the Kit Fox update that Tarn was taking a break, because there's going to be some people really mad about that, but most people will be fine. But there's going to be one or two very unpleasant people in the comments section. It's a shame, but it is what it is. You don't even know what cave adaptation is? I guess I need to make a video about cave adaptation. I think I actually talked about it in my original tutorial series, actually. Because I hadn't realized it wasn't in the game yet. Or hadn't realized it hadn't been removed. It had been, like, disabled? Maybe the better way of putting it? It's sort of, the way I used to describe it back when it was a going concern always in the game instead of just a recent reconcern, is it's like motion sickness for humans, but for dwarves. Dwarves get sun sickness if they go outside after they've been underground for too long. Also, I have no idea how this happened, but a pot ended up here and they've just left it there. Kinda neat. Wish they'd leave it there. I don't know what you're talking about, Groot. Like, no idea. Accept the craft stores guild. Wait for them to dig this area out. It's a more extreme version. Yeah, it's like it's your eyes readjusting to the sun. Yes. I think I can tell you right now it's not. Let's take another peek. I mean, cave adaptation not working is like on level with vampires not working. It is not in kit. Oh, no, it is. It's in other bug fixes. Yeah, it is. Under other bug fixes and tweaks. Yes. Hold on. I'm actually going to make a YouTube post about it. Give me a sec. You know, YouTube has this thing called a ratio limit, and it drives me nuts. Let me post a weird-shaped image on YouTube, YouTube. God damn it, YouTube. Okay, there we go. Let's do it this way. I'll make a news video tonight and cover that. Your guy died? This is true. Your guy died. What kind of new guy would you like, guy? You asked for somebody that would die, so... Actually, hold that thought. I'm gonna go take a piss. Kirby. You know, having thought about this now for a second, people always complain about Monster Hunters just running in and dying, whereas after watching, like, some adventure mode streams over the past week of people learning adventure mode for the first time, I have to say, people have this very, very real habit, very, very real habit of not actually doing anything any different. Like, a lot of people who play adventure mode for the first time just run in and die to something. Like, they go, oh, look, there's an end, let's go fight it, and then they go die immediately. Maybe they're actually a really good representation. My views are, if you bring up AI, all you'll get is derogatory, like, deriding of how shitty the technology is in my chat. That's literally all you'll get, is me insulting it, because I fucking hate it. Wish it would go away. It's useful for spell check. If you can find useful uses for it, then use it. Otherwise, it's just taking away jobs and replacing it with worse things. Or just making the world worse. So, if you like terrible technology that makes the planet worse, okay, continue eating microplastics and, you know, taking 1,500 flights a year. I don't know how you're doing more than one flight a day, but we'll figure it out. Are there Monster Hunters? I am not sure. There you go. Those are your options. Sorry, Moreb. That's my only response to that. It's just cackle. No, you can't. You can't have Yubel. It's not a Monster Hunter. You asked for a Monster Hunter. That's a wrestler, not a Monster Hunter. If you want a Monster Hunter, I can give you a Monster Hunter, but otherwise, I can't help. Okay, of course you can have it. Not a Monster Hunter though. That's gonna be your dwarf's name because you're the sequel. So I can still keep track of them in Legends. He enjoys the company of others and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Quite ambitious and does not often feel lustful. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind. Tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass and occasionally overindulges. I mean, there was one, but... Anyway, he takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has an active imagination. Welcome to the fort. My dwarf angry? Uh-huh. You're married to Ermaluk. You're a member of the Bold Communion, which is a religion. Worshipping the god Ukush. And you're satisfied upon improving wrestling and teaching. This fort is angry? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, this fort's real angry. It's fine, though. We're working through it. Oh, I just realized something I forgot to do. Yeah, but you have to update DFHack to the correct branch in order for it to be usable. So in order for it to work, you have to set DFHack to the beta branch as well, because DFHack has its own beta branches. So you have to set it to the beta branch for DFHack. I don't know. Can you? You've probably slept in there many times. Most of them don't even have bedrooms. So, can you? I don't know if your dwarf has found love. Probably not, actually, if I had to bet. Nope. You do have some close friends, though. And some passing acquaintances. I mean, your goal wasn't to find love. It was to create a great work of art. You do want to pray to your god, but even though I made a temple to that god, you haven't gone and done that, which I think is kind of funny. I'm very dwarfy as well. You also want martial training. Maybe I should put you in the squad. You are a dabbling axe dwarf, after all. But doesn't handle stress well, so maybe I shouldn't. Despite the rat in the cage. Yeah. All right, well, this is going to become a Craftsdwarf's Guild. A very, very large Craftsdwarf's Guild. So I will just stare at this until it's done. We're up to midsummer, which means we'll get to trade soon-ish. We'll have plenty of socks to sell. The moods in this fort also aren't that bad. I can absolutely turn this around. Yeah, no, I mean, they're doing great on food. Drinks are plentiful. You know. Like, this is absolutely a recoverable situation. It's not like we're in this unrecoverable nightmare. Saw some naked elf poets. No, haven't seen any other elves, no. Just, I mean, the only reason they're naked is because they don't have any culture. The nearest elves are pretty far away, actually, and we don't have any direct contact with them. The ones we do have contact with are quite far away. So... Also, there's very few trees on the map. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've actually seen more uncultured humans than elves. The majority of the random naked bards I've had have been human, not elves. You have no kills. I want to attain a rank in society. To anger, very ambitious, clearly. Likes to brawl. Art Thob, get in there. What else do we have? You, hello. Bone Doctor. Dreams of mastering skill. Personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and does not respect the law and does not care about art one way or another. Incurious and never seeks knowledge. The thing is, once this water system is done, we're going to be able to progress through the process of building bedrooms very quickly. Because all I'm going to need to do is make lava forges and then just start very quickly making metal gear. Actually, I should probably just make metal forges right now. Something I should do. You wait, how easily clickable that bloomin' pin is. The pin button? Yeah, I wish that Twitch allowed me to disable the feature entirely in my chat. Uh-oh, I've got combat. Helmet snake. Oh, those are dangerous. Axedwarf takes the helmets. So, the Axe Dwarf, zombie Rid, grabs the helmet snake by the right fang with her left upper arm and performs a takedown on it. So helmet snakes are one of the only completely poisonous snakes that could literally kill a dwarf. Now she's biting it. Like, they're super poisonous. Like, they are deadly poisonous. Like, it'll kill a dwarf if they eat it or if they get bit by it. So they are quite dangerous. I'm just impressed more than anything. Wrestle that thing? Yeah, definitely. Damn right. Kind of want to figure out where I'm going to put bedrooms. Probably mostly on this layer. It's a matter of figuring out how I'm going to do the layout. Oh, no, I was going to put bedrooms down here, wasn't I? Nope, not up there specifically. These don't need to be done immediately. And then ramp down right here. And then we'll continue making bedrooms down there. Well, I mean, they're like helmets, right? Hence why they're called helmet snakes. Actually, are helmet snakes real? I don't think they are. I'm pretty sure they're a Dwarf Fortress creation. But I could be wrong. It's because Dwarf Fortress throws random not real creatures in with the mumbo jumbo of real creatures. Sometimes it catches me off guard. Helmet snakes. I thought it was because their heads look like helmets. My mind has been blown, mate. Like, genuinely. Also, mayor. You should just be a mayor full-time. The Greatest Keys. Okay, who's a member of the Greatest Keys? I'm assuming it's these two poets. Two dwarven poets? I don't need two dwarven poets. Go away. Okay, so this is going to be a Craftsdwarf's Hall. And Guildhall, wherever Craftsdwarf is hiding. Is. So it's 207 blocks. Plenty of andesite. We'll use andesite blocks. Honestly, just filling this up with blocks might actually be enough to make it happy. We'll let that work. That's done. Can fill this back in. So all the holes should be plugged on it. So the problem with this that I may have fucked up on is this needs to get to the end of the map before it thinks it has power. All dragons all have names, yeah. So in order to have a fort for my adventurer, you need to retire your adventurer, create a fort, and retire it, and then unretire your adventurer, and then go to the fort and retire him. It's not anywhere near as complicated as you make it sound when you write it out, but yeah, it's literally just leave the fort, make an adventurer, or retire, leave the adventurer somewhere. They're not going to die. They won't even move. Make a fort. Pause the fort, grab the adventurer, run to the fort, and then continue playing the fort. It's not actually that complicated. It's pretty straightforward. And we have a ghost. Kvish. Which is fun. How do you pause the fort? Retire the fortress, and then press yes. Stick around for another, like, 40 minutes, and then hopefully I'll be able to just do it. Because I want to go on some adventures today and then leave them at just a one-shot, like, nothing crazy. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. Actually, you know what? We're going to do it this way. Actually, do I even need to do this? They might even be able to just run this. Wrestler's been put to rest. Yay! Yes, they can. Okay, so I'm going to do a bit of a gamble here. How quickly do you think dwarves can run, chat? I made this way bigger than I needed to, and it's slowing down my ability to progress. Never fast enough. Yeah, you can say that again. Okay, let's also throw a door in here. I love how my miners are literally the happiest dwarves in the fort. There's something about that that's really funny to me. Mules, can the adventurer lose things in their inventory? I've had mounts leave, but aside from mounts, no, I don't think so. They don't lose things in their inventory. Can you write books about necro slabs in adventure mode? Yes, once that feature is added in, which, based on the news post from today, not going to be happening for a bit. Just going to fill up with water really quick, which sucks. So that answers my question. Dwarf can't dig fast enough, actually. I need Dwarf to dig this, go down here, and then complete this, because that's why. What do I do? I get excited because that's a weird interaction that doesn't normally happen, and I do my best to deal with it, but I'm very clearly a much different person than you, if that is your statement. Human elite crosswoman is fighting with a cave crocodile. Good luck, Dwarf. And somebody linked the post? It's literally on Steam, dude. But okay. I mean, if you've read it in fort mode, there is a chance he'll write the book in... If he's read it in adventure mode, there's a chance he might write a copy of it in fort mode. But I would not count on it too much. It would be much easier to just get a copy of that book by, raiding a necromancer tower. Because dwarves don't generally... I don't know if it would write a copy. It might. But I'm not going to guarantee it because I don't know. But in adventure mode, yes, you can write books if you have book writing materials and the knowledge to write said book. But that feature is currently deactivated because it requires the crafting menu. Just don't know how to make sure he's happy. Make a really big, valuable room and look at this and mouse over the different things that he's asking for, and then give him that. Although, remember, they are a dwarf, and while royalty and Dwarf Fortress do have higher requirements than normal dwarves, it's not that much higher. I think I know where he's headed. It's not too far. The Dead Communion game. I don't have time for this shit right now. I literally have 2 miners in my fort. But yeah, basically just make a bedroom and put stuff in it. Where the hell are these miners? So you're all the way up there doing that. Makes sense. And you've gone... Fucking hell. Chat, these dwarves are giving me, like... anxiety. Stop it. Just go mine the thing I want you to mine. Not the nonsense that you're currently mining. Yeah, if you use blocks, then they're automatically higher value than smooth walls and floors. Oh god, why did I do that? Chat room, this water situation in the basement is making me panic because I really just want to get this done. And it's taking way too long. And it keeps making me hit the wrong button. Life is hard. Oh, what's the FTC fucking up now? Is this gonna make my anxiety go through the ceiling and make me want to cry? Because if it's an internet thing, then maybe don't share it right now. I don't need that on my plate currently. Yeah, telling somebody with pretty bad anxiety problems to breathe is like telling somebody who's depressed to be happy. Just for a reference. Oh, wow, that is a stupid. I like that. But also kind of based, but also kind of stupid. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that, actually. Oh, no, I believe you. I need to think about that one for a bit. I mean, wrestlers, well, while they were at it, could they just please ban like like contract workers not being allowed to have healthcare in the US, because that would be pretty. But yeah, non-complete Pete agreements in some industries kind of necessary. In other industries, it destroys lives. So it's like, I don't know how I feel about that one. But no, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I'll be okay. I'll be okay, Bone Doll. All right. Can we get this done, please, dwarves? Anytime this year. I just need to get this shit done. That's all that I need. Just need you to go to the part of the fort that I need you to go to, and I need you to finish this. That's all that I need you to do. It's very simple. Before it fills up completely with water. There you go. Oh, for... Chat room. That's... We're taking the power stance. All mining jobs canceled. I'll deal with it later. What's this big water project? I don't want to talk about it. It's very rare that I get this annoyed with something in DF that I say I don't want to talk about it, but genuinely I don't want to talk about it. You'll figure it out once I fix it. Yeah, here's the thing. The statement of making a joke on the internet that you need to remember is if you are typing it into something, you have to put an indicator that it's a joke, right? Otherwise, it doesn't read as a joke, ever. I did read it as a joke, for whatever it's worth. I just start rambling in response to it, though, because I didn't find it even remotely funny. But I did read it as a joke. Human poet, for whatever that's worth. Like, it did read as a joke, and it did register as a joke. But that's a pissy cheap medical dwarf. Yeah, Kappa is the easiest way to do it on Twitch. Or just type /S is pretty universal still, I think. Apparently there's a bunch of emojis that indicate humor, but emojis are all just nonsense to me, so emojis kind of make me feel old, if I'm being honest. This ain't gonna work. I'm not gonna get it done in time. Come on, dwarf. There you go. Same dwarf goes back down. That's exactly what I need. Come on. Come on. Get it done. Don't drown on me. Don't drown on me, dwarf. Get it done. Come on. Get it. There you go. Ha. Thank you. That's what I needed. It's now working perfectly. Holla frickin' Luya. So what's this water project, you might ask? Well, here, let me show you. So I have this volcano problem here. This volcano problem is very easily solvable with water. But in order to do that, I need water. So I need to get water from somewhere. So this project is designed to hopefully have enough power that when I pull this lever, water gonna go up here. Apparently some rando human died. Awesome. And now the best part about it is once this lever is pulled, I can completely vacate my dwarves out of the caverns. And I can ignore the caverns for a little bit. Because they've been real annoying for the last while. No, we don't. That's just a lie, Groot. Maybe you do. You can't speak for me. Don't put words in my mouth. Chatroom, can I get a round of beers so I don't see Groot's nonsense no more, please? Power in numbers. Besides, we haven't not had enough reason to post beers so far today. Yeah, which is why discussing, like, serious topics on Twitter is stupid in regards to reading intention behind text. It is inevitable, Deep Space. It is terrifying. Also, game's paused because of ads. So, let's see. Who's coming to pull the lever? I also need to watch my tone of voice, though. I feel like I'm getting better at it. There we go. Water go woo. So, who wants to bet that I screwed up and missed a spot and my fort's about to fill up with water somewhere? I think that there's like a non-zero chance that that's about to happen. That's how it always goes? Maybe. I maybe got this. We'll see. So this is going to plug the top of the volcano. A non-zero chance of fun in DF. Sure, certainly. All right, well, the next thing I need to do is I really need a forge. So I need to decide where I want my forge. I'm thinking... obviously not right here. It's a bit impractical, but I'm thinking like maybe the layer below this. So like right here. Because there's also sand right there. We'll start digging that. Then this layer. Just heard like a church bell. What the hell? That's Sunday. What's up, Lady Kelpie? Thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. Thanks for helping keep this weird channel funded. Appreciate you greatly. Yeah, I'm hearing a church bell. I wonder why they're ringing the church. There's a church not too far from my street, from my apartment, and they do have a church bell, but they don't normally ring it outside of Sundays. Weird. All right, so now we jump up to the pump, which is right here, and then we wait. Here comes the water. Could be a wedding or... oh, true. Actually, yeah. Didn't really think about that. It has been a minute. Yeah. Hope you've been all right. They were ringing their bell at 11 p.m. last night. Odd. So some dwarf doesn't decide to run directly through that. Plug it with a wall. This also gives me a lot of water. I might actually use like mist generators for this fort. And as soon as it hits 3 deep, then they start going up. And around. There's about to be a lot of strange sounds. If it was 12, you couldn't even. All right, here it goes. Some of them are going to collapse. It's interesting, like, I'm curious to see how it's going to end up sealing off the areas that are bubbling up like that. Also kind of, like, exposes the way lava, not spawns, but, like, I don't think of the right word, bubbles into the world. Like, it comes up and, like, it launches up like that in a neat way. I don't think steam can hurt dwarves. I've seen dwarves run directly through steam and it doesn't do any damage. It's not quite like Caves of Cud used to be, where it was a guaranteed one-hit kill, which they actually removed from Caves of Cud, oddly enough. Okay. Well, it's working, slowly. Yeah, but it's neat, because, like, you don't really see that unless you end up with this happening. We've got a strange mood, which has started, which I'll keep a loose eye on, but I need to turn this water off soon, so... So I do also need to let it flow over the edge, because it is eternally erupting down this way still. So it's going to need to go up to the edge and then over the edge. I hope so. Bone Doll, I don't actually have an answer to that. I don't know. But I hope so. Fortunately, there are ways of letting lava flow while removing pressure. Like if it goes through a diagonal, just like water, it won't do anything silly. I am filling in the top of a volcano YouTube chat so that it stops erupting, because when you reclaim forts, it changes the level that liquids go to, which is why one of my caverns right now is completely full of lava, which fortunately means there are no, like, creatures in there that could invade me from that layer. However, the issue is it's full of lava, which I think should be self-explanatory. Craft store shop, okay. Speaking of, let's jump over to this. Like this, what's the value? Okay, Big empty room is enough value for a craft store guild, thankfully. We're also into autumn, meaning we should get traders in a moment. Here's hoping they don't try to run in front of a volcano. The world will explode in a couple hundred years. I really hope that's not how volcanoes work in real life, man. Because, like, oh boy, if so. Yes, volcanoes have infinite lava. All right, well, now that that's working, I can go back down over to this corner and get those dwarves to continue digging up bedrooms, which is what I had them doing, and then we had to stop. Well, we didn't, but I chose to tell them to stop so that they would get power running sooner. Man, that kind of sucks. It's like I really want to do the down one on that side, but... Alright, let's do that. Wink. Oh man, is that really like literally right there? I think it is. It's okay, I can fill this in. I think I might break one of my own rules, chat, and actually not pave these bedrooms. I think I might actually just not pave these bedrooms. That's how desperate I am to get these bedrooms done. Gasp, I know, right? It's been a while since I've not paved bedrooms, but... Pave the bed tile at least. Actually, you know what I might do? I might just do this. What block do I have the most of? Let's just go with basalt blocks. Fortunately, it won't take too long because there's only 76 dwarves in this fort. I mean, I'm pretty sure that that's not how the world, like, lava on Earth works anyway. Oh, awesome. Been switching from DF to SDV to Kinseed all day today. It's okay. This might be the easiest to fight siege I've ever had, chat. The problem is I'm actively sealing it off right now, right? So it's actively... I mean, it's still dumping over and gonna keep dumping over for a while. But, like... you know. It's fine, really. Well, no. This is volcano fire, not lava. This is not dragon fire. So where are you from? Well, I should pause the game. You're on fire now. The work of spray. Also, the National Nightmare is a really good name for a group. National Nightmare is a goblin faction. Okay. So are they currently not on the map right now because there's lava there? I guess so. This is really ruining my potential trading for the season, though, game. I think the way I'm going to defend this fort is with the pressurized lava stuff that I showed in that other map. Interesting. It's no longer erupting. Like it is here. But it seems almost like it's not erupting fast enough anymore to continue getting new lava. It is certainly down here. I wonder if it's draining now. Oh, that would be wild. If that's actually what I think is happening here. I mean, it's accidental, Valentine. Like, I didn't do this intentionally. This whole area just has been doing this for a while, and a siege decided to show up right here. Reminds you of Boat Murdered? I mean, yeah, kinda, I guess. Must have logs. Okay, well, you got that. Metal bars? Oh, well, that's what you want. All right, All right, so let's go down a little bit. The layer that's going to have all this on it. Yeah, because this whole thing looks like it's not draining, but it's got less lava in it than it did. I would expect this thing would fill up all the way. It's time to Z's? Well, there you go. Get all the Z's you need, dude. Okay, well, are they still appearing down here? I am shocked and amazed that this siege is still air quotes happening. Yeah, quite literally, floor is lava. I mean, what I want to do is I want to make controlled eruptions in this fort. But first, we're going to go make a elephant man or something and run him over here. Or at the very least, like, 5 goblins or something. So we're going to be retiring and reclaiming this fort a little bit later tonight. Welcome back, Elfie. Okay, so you just gonna make us some charcoal. Shouldn't take too long, it's all right there. Whenever I see a naked dwarf running by, I never like clue in that it's probably a child initially, and always assume it's like a person about to die, like a crazy dwarf running around naked, and I'm always like, oh god, what's that? Oh, it's just a kid. It's fine. It's just a baby. It's okay. It's okay. No need to panic yet. It's just a baby. Hey, I like how autocorrect is trying to correct Elfie to lefty. It's kind of funny. I'm going to end up with a water supply here. Probably. Maybe not. It'll probably just flow straight through the middle there. But it's definitely going to fill that in. Wow. This is dropping down so quickly. I, am kind of fascinated by this, actually. Also, now it's off. Oh, fuck. Well, that threw a wrench into my plans. Yes, because when, cold weather came. So are you going to fill back up now? Or are you going to keep draining? Well, at the very least, it means I probably don't actually have to worry about this siege so much. Because they're just going to, continue standing there, I guess. I'll have you know, I grew up within line of sight of a volcano, and it got snow on it every winter. Makes perfect sense. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know. We're working on it. Billin would be nice. What are my options? Let's see, chat. Iron. Yeah, let's go for Billin. Let's go for Billin. Let's go for something a bit more just aesthetic, because it is just a craft dwarf, so it doesn't matter so much. Does it forbid them? It automatically forbids things if you have it set to. If you if you go to standing orders, sieges, and forbidding, you can change them all based on what's happening. Someone ambitious. I have no idea who's ambitious. And I'm not going to go dig through every dwarf. You can demand a specific job or male or female, but I'm not going to go through... I know for a fact there are some ambitious dwarves in this fort. I'm not going to go through every single dwarf to find specific traits. Okay, fair enough. I mean, ambitious is a trait in Dwarf Fortress. That's the thing. Does Mayor count as ambitious? Could do that, Stormwolf. I don't know. You tell me. Yes? Okay. Stormwolf, the mayor, is very comfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Cityfields, good to see you. Welcome back, you OG. She lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, has little time for forgiveness, and will generally seek retribution and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. Is assertive, is trusting, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Speaks very deliberately when she's annoyed, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Values cunning, and does not care about family one way or another, and doesn't feel strongly about the law, which is clearly why you've been completely prioritizing the sealing off of this volcano over the well-being of your dwarves. Makes sense. Likes aluminum, praise, and shields, as well as Rami plants for their useful stems, and the sound of the wealthy vines, and when possible prefers to consume giant ibex and salmon, and parsnip wine, and strawberries, and absolutely hates large roaches. Me too. Doesn't have any friends, and because you're a politician, and is a member and mayor of the Strong Balls. Welcome to the fort, you ballsy dwarf. I'm just gonna do a thing real quick. Charcoal, make charcoal. 50. Smelt. Hematite. 45. We'll just do 50. I don't actually know how much of it we have, but here's hoping. Looks like 50. Just gonna get that going while I work on this. So, I was gonna say, wow, you're dropping quick. Okay, so what I need is lava to go in to my thing. My thing, of course, being down here. Okay, that's what I need. So what I need is I need you. To dig down this way into here. I like that steps look. You know, actually, let's go along this way. You finally found the time to watch streams? Hell yeah, dude. Good to have you around. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, no, I've talked about this before, but it's always nice when people who haven't been around in ages tune in, because it's like, holy shit! I didn't make you angry or something. I've got you and another OG who's a bit more incognito because they changed their name, but hanging around today. Let's see. He's still zipping around. I haven't finished making Billin just yet, but, you know, working on it. Sweet. Bunch of Billin bars done. Range mood's now moving again. Grabs bars, grabs gems. Ooh, this is going to be expensive. Works furiously. Tower cap, Billin, one humped camel leather, Billin, and red gems. And, I'm just gonna get rid of this, sorry dwarves, and make a new meeting area in here. I need to move these dragons. Also need to make a place to be able to recatch dragons. God damn. This tavern is actually just going to be erased from around the edges of this. Oh, you're overlapping with this. It's really weird to me. Sometimes when things are sharing walls, they're considered overlapping. Sometimes they're not, and I will never fully understand that, I guess. What are you overlapping? Oh, I see what you're overlapping. That's the problem, right? Yep. Temple. Mind Coven. Dead Communion, there you are. Death, blight, disease, and deformity. Lovely. Everybody's favorite family-friendly god. The Sacred Starvation is the name of their holy leader, who's going to be Melbill, the mechanic. Yeah, the literally 2 miners that I have. I'm just gonna do this. And just skip magma for a little bit. And just get this thing running. And just say, actually... Let's say make 80 charcoal. And make iron picks. Just make 10 of them. And iron short swords. 10 of them. So one thing at a time. But let's also then just go over to the next highest priority, which is bedroom. Zzz. They're up, right? Yes. Over here in the swing. Weird cult. Just because their god is dark doesn't make them a cult. Come on. I find like most cults are actually like all about happiness and rainbows. Like whenever I find myself on a weird cult website or something, it's always like, this is a peaceful, happy community where everybody gets along in unity for all eternity. It's like very rarely just like, yeah, we worship dying. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just stumble upon the wrong cults, but yeah, exactly. It's like just uncharacteristically happy, but actually it's just like some old pervert who just it does old perverted things, you know? All hail the great destroyer, we have cookies. Is that where you're going with that? I don't know. To me, like that religion just seems more like black metal. Oh, people are just using. Maybe I should just use this as the front door. This would make an all right front door, actually. Not right now, but in the future, potentially. Yeah, and then there's Westboro Baptist churches, which are just, like, mean to people for no reason. Churches, there's only one of them. Okay, so this means of recatching the dragons. I need to remove the dragon cages. Yeah, well, I mean, they're in a pattern. They're not perfectly square. Why do you say that with a question mark? The bedrooms are square, but it's not going to be perfectly symmetrical or anything. I'm also in a rush currently, if you can't tell. Speaking of being in a rush, let's get this stuff done once things come in. Oh, a fancy earring. Shortass the Woodcrafter has created Marlicid and claims it as a family heirloom. This family heirloom is a tower cap earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with billin and decorated with tower cap. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap and menaces with spikes of billin and red spinel. I'm in an ad. Bah. Definitely no communion wafers in that temple. How do you know? Besides, not to like call out Catholics or anything, but like, aren't Catholics kind of a death cult? Or Christianity in a lot of ways. Like, you have to be super, super, super nice to people so that when you die, life is better for you. Kind of. I guess it depends on how you brain it, but. Also, like, Catholics did literally build a church out of the corpses of saints, so, like, I'm not gonna say that there's, like, some grim fantasies going on there, but I do really like skulls, so I respect the aesthetic. Well, okay, it's not a cult, but it is a religion that is fascinated with death. Because for me, like, the definition of cult is you can't leave. You can leave Christianity. Like, I don't know of any denominations, well, there probably is one, where you're not allowed to leave. But it's a very denomination-specific thing, though. All right, this object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap, menaces with spikes of billin and red spinel, and the item is an image of Guild Charcoal the Dwarf, of Bim Guild Charcoal the Dwarf, and Stozu the Goblin in one-humped camel leather. Stozu is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf Bim by the goblin Stozu, hated Stoker, in Spike in the early winter of 304 during the attempted abduction at Spike, which is very true. That did happen. I'm going to give that to my mayor, because that seems like a neat little artifact. There it is. Whoa! Got an Ulm person blowgunner. Who's definitely not a criminal, yes. All right, so I think current plan is just wait until slightly better weather. When we have slightly better weather, we are going to probably just... Now wait for slightly better weather. Once we have slightly better weather, and by that I mean springtime, I am going to retire this fortress, and we're going to start an adventure for a bit. Or we're going to go on an adventure and try and get to this fortress. Maybe with a party of 3 or so. Something like that. What do you think, chat? Does that work for you guys? I do really like the idea of this, of filling it in with cinnabar. Come to be denied long-term residency. Let's be a party of bards with, like, 2 guards. Chat starts spitballing ideas, and we'll work towards it. You're just happy to be here. That works. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Whatever brings you here. Thanks for being here, though. Flyman Bard. Yeah, we could bring some weird animal people. I was kind of thinking about the bodyguards being like elephant men. Because I think that would be fun. Okay, so we're getting all this done. Or an elephant seal? Yeah, something like that. Something big. Something big and chunky. Okay, well. Mechanisms. Forbid all those. That's fine. I can unforbid this one. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't whalemen drown? Besides, why would you want to have a party member who's just running around crying all the time? It's just, that seems like it would get annoying for everybody involved. Having a wailing man running around? Come on. Why would you want that? A little worried this is too big, actually. Actually, let's do it this way. I can do this safer. I say I can do this safer, but like, you know, safe is relative. Let's not do this though. And I do need to dig across here. And well, not there, just here. And you go to there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to this level, and I'm going to say Trap components, iron, screw, yes. Other objects, iron. Nope. I don't know where pipe sections are in this screen. Probably furniture, maybe? There it is. Let's give our dude some swords. The dwarves are actually starting to train a little better. Moods are starting to swing upwards, too. Turns out, having somewhere to put bodies helps. Although they're probably all just ending up in a pile on the ground, which is probably really bad, actually. Now that I think about it. Okay, hold on. Where exactly is the fall point? It's right here. So if I dig through this, is it going to start bubbling up? Hope not. Let's see. Can they even get there? Maybe. I don't think so. Apparently that siege is still happening, too, on the topic of things to say, over. It's okay. It's just a giant olm in the basement. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Says every dwarf ever. Most of the children are angry. Yeah, no, the children are still angry. And they're all the kids of the, not deadbeat, but single father. Come on. Also, come on, he's got 2 aunts in the fortress who's helping. Like, it's not like he's all alone. Give the guy a break. Just trying to raise a bunch of kids. Not an easy process, man. Like, seriously. You guys gotta be so mean to the poor dad. He's literally just a single father. He has no empathy? What does that have to do with anything? I have no anything. I have no empathy, and that doesn't make me a deadbeat, I don't think. God, am I a deadbeat? No, I have some empathy. I'm really curious if digging through this is just going to cause, like, a surprise eruption. Because if it does, that will be really funny to me. Not that it'll be a surprise, but... Well, I'm doing it because that's my trash disposal, so I kind of need it. But I'm not certain what the outcome's going to be just yet. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to back down to here, and then go here, and then grab this. Grab you, and say obsidian, iron. Okay, I don't have an iron one yet. Waiting for that iron pipe section. Okay, well. Waiting for iron. Or actually, maybe waiting for charcoal. Yes, waiting for charcoal. Nope, not trap components. Furniture is what I'm looking for. Furniture, iron, pip. Just makes you a psychopath? Ah, thanks for being so specific. I understand perfectly now. Also, you know what? Screw it. We're not going to do it that way. We're just going to do it this way. Just going to do it this way. It's going to be much easier to just do it this way. actually, this... Fuck. Where are most you digging? Ah, this big ol' area. Well, I mean, makes sense. I do appreciate the fact there's now lava flowing into here, and nobody died. So I kind of fucked up this whole thing, just in general. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build another, well, fuck it. Let's be ballsy. How bad could this really go, chat room? How bad could this really go? This is Deller, the brave miner. Huh! All right, dwarves, we got a very, very, very important job to do very, 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 very quickly. Do not, under any circumstances, run into this room. Okay, we got it done. Check the siege. What siege? I don't even know what siege you're talking about. Apparently there's a Gorlak in the basement that we're killing, probably. Not anymore, it's dead. There's still this goblin, by the way, who's apparently hostile, who's been in my tavern for a while. Yeah, it's literally just this dwarf. Which also... kind of funny, because I literally can't retire this fortress until this dwarf is dead. Which... sorry, but I think that's kind of funny. Okay. Yeah, I'm so confused by this. Like, I had this volcano here, right? I sealed the top of it. And now it's, like, draining entirely. Which is really bizarre. Like, actually really bizarre that it's draining. What are you doing, dwarf? Oh, you're just my very zoomies dwarf. Shem's Spinegrass. What is Shem? It's a human. Nah, I'm good. There's a zombie on the map? Excuse me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this the necromancer that made those necromancer creatures that we ran into? Hollow Slayer is a pretty badass title, yeah. Doesn't like the performance as much. Speaking of. This dwarf is just like actually doing work, considering it's just punching them. Can you... do you not have any weapons? No, but you are overexerted. Huh. Oogie. What is draining? The volcano is draining. So the volcano was infinitely filling, but I sealed the top off and now it's draining, which is really strange. What I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to dig over this layer once. as there's a floor underneath it. And once this hits like 5 full across, I'm just gonna get them to pour water right there. Literally all I'm gonna do. It's the way we're gonna empty this or finish this. But this is also kind of cool because this is currently like a frozen obsidian layer and the lava is like dropping down. So if I put windows in here, we might have like an underground lava cavern thing? Yeah, that's the word. It does look like it's still trying to fill, but it's draining faster than it's filling now, which kind of makes no sense, if I'm being honest. I have no idea why it's doing this and why it's no longer filling fast enough. Does kind of. Or an adventuring party, anyway. I need to deal with the siege, though. But this is priority number 1, more or less. Because it's time sensitive, but we can move up here. Set more bedrooms up. I'm going to manually assign these to see how many more we need. I think this might end up being the front door. It's a bit unconventional to have bedrooms all around the front door, but dwarves are your first line of defense after all. I know I missed one. I love it when it's just like, yay, 2 dwarves assigned to that one. Married couples, woo! Okay. Fort from long ago was when you got an obsidian farm going? You know, I don't think I've ever actually bothered building an obsidian farm. At least not in this version. Like, while they can be really cool, never something that I really felt that I needed to do, if that makes any sense. Dragon and dragon. Okay, and then door and door. And cage trap and cage trap. And door and door. And then wall and wall at the very end. Yep, they are just fighting with cave crocodiles. I mean, good luck, dwarves. It wouldn't be empty, but it would look like this. If you scroll to the bottom of it, these are all the dwarves that have bedrooms currently, because it says has quarters, basically. And then these are all the ones that don't. So if you as you go down the list, you just assign dwarves that don't have bedrooms onto bedrooms so that they have bedrooms. Yeah, I mean it's a piece of UI that I think gets missed by a lot of people. Okay, so this is now done. Let's see if this is gonna bubble up. There we go. Now bodies are actually going to go away as they're supposed to. Okay, and this is filling. Chat room, correct me if I'm wrong, but forges only need to be 3 deep to function, right? Or is it like 7 deep? Or is it 5? Like, how deep do lava forges need to be? The sieging dwarf injured. No. No, it's not. Who dreams of attaining a rank in society? Dude. It's actually really sad. The work of Spray is the civilization that they used to be a part of, and they were actually, like, kidnapped. This is actually like a kidnapper conversion. Dwarf. Be even better if, like, they had, like, family in my fort. It's 4? Okay. I'm gonna take your guys' word at face value here. So, Phil. How many pawns do I have set to fill? Forgotten Beast, Zomostok has come, an enormous three-eyed crab. It has lacy wings and it belches and croaks. Its fern exoskeleton is warty, beware its webs. Okay. I'm gonna say, maybe inside get now, Dwarf. If life you value, you inside yes, now. Oh, it's fine. Never mind, chat, we're good. These plump helmet men, on the other hand, not so good. I don't think it can get to me from down here. Also, it almost died to plump helmet men. Yeah, it's only ever killed the 2 plump helmet men. Can't stand. I'm actually kind of curious as to where it's going, because it's pathing somewhere really quick. Pretty good climbing, I'll give it credit for that. Alright, well that's slightly nerve-wracking. It might have a way that can climb in. The thing about traps, quota, is traps, clowns or demons in the basement are trap avoid. And they deactivate bridges when they're standing on them. So you can't really use traps. You can use siege equipment. So have I ever seen it? No, because you kind of can't do that. Alright, I think the one that it could go up. Okay, maybe it can't actually go up through these. I'm just gonna hope that it's fine. And it's not gonna make it in. If it does, then I will just cry. Why is there puke? Oh, light from dwarves running in and out. Someone's got cave adaptation. Well, I guess all I can really do is wait until autumn. Or until summer, I suppose. As far as this siege goes... Just gonna dig down to here. Perfect. Works just fine for me. Although dwarves don't be super, super, super stupid. So let's actually set this to a lower priority. Right here. Set this to a higher priority. Do stairs, nothing else. I said higher, Greg, not lower. That's what causes random puke. It's not random. It's in the patch notes from this morning. Cave adaptation. If they stay inside for more than like 3 months, then they start vomiting when they go outside. Get ready to see a lot more vomit in Dwarf Fortress, by the way. Now that they fixed that. Like a lot more. Like a whole lot more. In real life? I mean, obsidian is used to make knives in real life. And, like, countertops and stuff, but furniture. Explains all the vomit today. Yep, it's the patch that went out this morning. What's funny to me is it's in other fixes. It's, like, referred to as a small fix. It's a massive mechanical change back to the way the game used to be, which I'm really happy about, actually, because it's a good mechanical change. It's something that should be there. It's a good mechanic, but it's like, it's kind of really funny in a lot of ways. Okay, so the dwarves are working on this. This is going to become a artificial eruption tube. Might as well also head one this way. Is actually how you want to do it, like that. Let's do it like that. Sweet. We'll get to it. So I need to get rid of this individual sieger. Oh, shit. Okay, now that's bananas. If my dwarves can run directly to where the sieger is, why isn't the sieger attacking me? Is it waiting for its friends? I could just tell my squads to go kill it. I was under the impression it couldn't path to me. Yes, you can make obsidian swords in Dwarf Fortress, but you shouldn't because they are horrible. Yeah, they can. The hell? Send a negotiator with sharp objects? Yeah, no, I'll get right on it. No, they are horrible. Obsidian swords are, that is. You live, kinda? Welcome back. And the dwarves go for a charge. A grand charge. And this is why you need to be wary of cave adaptation. Because my soldiers are all starting to puke. Alright, so Maffall here is being an absolute beast of a dwarf and striking the elf crossbowman in the front teeth with the pummel of his short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc, literally dodging in between the elves' attacks and proceeding to beat the crap out of them wherever possible. This is also a very good way that my dwarves are now going to acquire some weapons and armor. Moving forward, we do have another wrestler who's appeared from somewhere else, God knows where, and is beating the crap out of even more of them. And it appears that there's also some snatchers around in the various regions here, and so the dwarves are now chasing the snatchers. The snatcher is running away as quickly as it can. It hasn't managed to actually acquire any children, which means it's probably trying to get back into lava. Oh no, actually it's going to kite my dwarves into lava, and we're all going to die of something. It appears that Bone Dolphin may or may not be about to burst into flames. Okay, fine. Goblin is dead, and my dwarves are not. That's good. Go back to whatever the hell you were doing, and please don't set yourselves on fire, dwarves. Let's go down here and claim all this armor. Go here, click this button, and click this button so we get some more gear. Chat room, I think it's time to retire this fort. What do you think? Yeah, no, I need to do that. I need to do that. But that's a project for later me. Because otherwise, I'm just going to be doing projects for forever and not actually playing adventure mode. And I did say we're going to play some more adventure mode today. So, things are fine. I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's time to retire this fortress for the time being. And for the VODs, Twitch chat, you can say, oh, actually, no, you're right. I didn't get the dragon traps up and running. 1 second, slight delay from our planned programming. I'm not going to retire the fort because I need to make sure the dragons are caged when I open this up. Okay, I've got a few more things I got to put away first. But this one's good to go. Why are you two? Well, hold. Padinsky, what up? It's good to see you, man. What's the adventure going to do? Well, actually, there's also this other problem, but this guy's much easier to deal with. It's just a big guy. We can deal with the big guy. He's no big problem. He's no biggie deal. Well, the big guy's a little much easier to deal with. I kind of forgot about him, to be honest. What's the adventure going to do? Well, adventure mode is the best way to get interesting populations to move into your fort. So I'm going to make a party of characters, animal people, and other things, and then get them all to simply walk to the fortress, is what I'm going to do. Worry about that later. Can I claim a dragon on my taxes in adventure mode? I refuse to answer that question. I mean, I'm assuming if there's a tame dragon, you could claim it like any other creature. But on your taxes, I don't know. There's no taxes in adventure mode, mate. Yes, yes, yes. Can we get this crap removed, maybe? Please? The Wings of Forever wish to entertain citizens? There's a leopard man poet. Huh. All right, sure. What did we just get? Human poet, elf poet, human poet, leopard man poet, and a couple other poets. Cool. Neat. The happiest dwarf child. That's oxymoron, my friend. Actually, that's not true. There is one that's happy. The only one that isn't named is pissed. So, no? Because there is no... Well, actually, do you want a pissed off dwarven child? Because it's your only option. You're more than welcome to have the pissed off dwarven child, if you would like it. But it's not happy. For obvious reasons. So, okay. I'm assuming it's the same status then. Do Toulon work for you? This dwarf. That will occasionally kill people. You can get rid of those if you make slabs and then engrave names of the dwarves or the creatures that are written on them, and then they go away. Just saying. You can make that go away. That is a fixable problem, friends. It's be named Rex. Well, the problem is Rex. I just need a yes or a no, basically. The thing is, I'm gonna give it your full name because there's about 30 people I can think of off the top of my head that use some variation of Rex as their going name on the internet. Not to be mean, but it's not exactly unique in that regard. And I know for a fact there's already other Rexes in this world. So let's do this. Including but not limited to Pandasaurus Rex. This dwarf says, be happy. She does not have feelings of emotional attachment and has never felt a moment of a connection with another being. She is inattentive to connection in detail regarding her own work, and she has a very calm demeanor. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she often is cheerful. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to avoid crowds and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She could be considered rude, often feels lustful, and stomps her feet repeatedly when she's angry. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and personally believes that artful speech and eloquent expression are of the highest ideals, and values honesty, and values family, and does not care about friendship. And she likes ash glaze, and polar bear bone, the color mauve taupe, and quivers and guinea fowls for their social nature, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. And the words of the mindful saffron and the sound of the laces of pregnancy, when possible, prefers to consume sorghum beer and bitter melon leaves, and absolutely hates cave spiders. Not really. Slightly darker on this one, but at the very least, they're the right shape. You're friends with a necromancer. Huh. Probably because you're a member of the Dead Communion, if I had to bet. At least we know the communion is dead. There's no live ants being consumed or anything. All right, well, let's double check those bedrooms. My understanding is that the sprites are using the same code that the portraits are, meaning they should be based off of the same thing. But it's also my understanding currently that the portraits aren't done yet, meaning there are some missing ones. TLDR, they're both procedural, and they're both using the same code, which is also using the same code that generates the dwarves' descriptions. Elfie Bean was found dead. Cave crocodile. Bit her head off. Well. I have a question. Have you heard about this thing called beta? The reason some things are not finished is because it's not ready, dude. But yeah, no, I mean, there's lots of known problems with the beta, and that is one of them, is that not all of the hair sprites are in. So it's not a matter of like making excuses for why things aren't working. It's quite literally it's not ready or nor done yet. I know. It's not something that I'm going to focus on nor lose sleep for, so. I don't see the purpose in bringing it up, really, aside from, you know, we're aware, I suppose. Being better? Okay. There we go. Done. It's time to retire.